Please be welcomed on one of our chairs here, and we would like to start in time. So welcome, dear people, here and also in their rooms or in their offices online, because we are not the only participants of this conference on book or tablets, where we will learn together, share together our ideas and thoughts of how to navigate children in this digital world. We're very happy to be with so many people here that are willing to share their insights, their energy, their warmth, their concerns, and their ideas about this. I am Clara Aerts. I am the representative of one of the HERMMES partners, IASWEKE, which is an international association for Steiner Waldorf early childhood education. And I've been given the honor to be your host today. So I will try to weave us through this day, going from one part to the other. And like you can see in your agendas, in your goodie bags, we have a very diverse program. We try to walk our talk and make it as holistic as possible. So we will not only have inspiring and informative talks, but we will also have moments of energizing, moments of interaction. And we hope that at the end of the day, you will all go home to your own lives with hearts full and minds enlightened. So a few practical things of today. You can see that before we start, we would like to ask all of you, and most of you have done that already, to silence your phones so we can really be together. And before I introduce the speakers who will do the opening words, there's a few words. You have all been given or asked to make a badge, and some of them have a red frame. Those are the HERMMES partners at your disposal the whole day for your questions, comments, ideas, suggestions. And then the yellow frames are all the other participants. And you've been given the opportunity to indicate what your professional field is or where you are coming from. To my right, you see here an image that is being created by Rika. And Rika is a visual artist. And she will try to give a visual image that will develop and evolve during the day of our work here together, of our meeting here together. So she would welcome your suggestions, thoughts, ideas. If you say, this was really something that I will take home with me, or I missed this maybe, please go to Rika and she will try to make an image of that and integrate it in the journey that is going to appear there. We have about 200 people online that are also joining us in this conference. Now, we have chosen not to make it an interactive hybrid meeting, but they do have the opportunity to comment in the chat or to send us an email, and we will for sure be able to process that and get back to them in every way that we can. Together today, we will have workshops, we will have interesting panel discussions, and we will have in between little energizing moments. We have a colleague who is very good in trying to invigorate our energy again. So we hope you don't feel dragged out from all the talking, but you also have a holistic experience from this day. I think this is enough to start now. And as a first speaker, I would like to welcome a woman, a lady who has been at the cradle of the HERMMES project. She helped to land this project into this world. She's also the president of the European Council for Steiner Waldorf Education, and she's going to open the words to welcome all of you. Margaretha from Roundel.
Okay, I'm not very used to using microphones, as you can see. Good morning to all of you. I'm so happy that we are finally here to show the results of our project. And I have a little message for you all. We in Waldorf schools often tell a little story, so I will start with that. More than 200 years ago, Goethe wrote a poem called Der Zauberlehrling. In English, the sorcerer's apprentice, or the wizard's pupil, as you can always also say. It contains the story of an apprentice who tries out the master's spells while the master is out of the house. And he uses this spell to transform a broom into a servant. This servant has to carry water into the house. The apprentice is very proud that he can do this, and the broom is bringing in water, more water, and the apprentice is out of control. The broom keeps carrying water, the house is flooded, and in the end, the master has to come in and set things right again. You will hear later why I use this story. For the last 25 years, schools have been dealing with a growing pressure to adapt their curriculum to the technological revolution in our societies. And Steiner Waldorf schools were no exception. We struggled, as our main points are that ICT, or the use of technology, should be age appropriate, as well as part of a broad view on media education. And above all, it should not hinder a healthy development of the child. In the last decade or so, a growing expertise of how to do this has influenced the work of the European Council of Steiner Waldorf Education in advocacy, for instance. But it became more and more clear that this expertise needs to be further developed and reach the teachers, the parents, and policymakers. 3 years ago, the European Council of Steiner Waldorf Education started a cooperation with partners within and without our school movement. And this led to the project, Holistic Education, Resilience and Media Maturity in Educational Settings, with the subtitle, Parents, Teachers and Researchers Working Toward a Development-Oriented and Age-Appropriate Approach to ICT and Media Education. Very ambitious. Luckily, it says work towards, so we still have a lot to do, but we will reach it at some point, let's hope. There is much more to what we call media than technology alone. Going back to the singular of the word, medium, it actually means a method or a way of expressing something. Expressing yourself as a human, we do when we come into the world. A baby that is born can immediately express its needs by crying. Therefore, in this project, we talk about all that is needed for media education, be it with learning how to use and understand ICT, but also to develop the senses, all the senses a child has at its disposal to express itself, or even we adults have at our disposition. Coming back to Goethe, to his ballad, the aim of this project that we started designing 4 years ago is to work on the competence of education, to try to prevent the danger of a lot of sorcerers' apprentices around the world, causing huge problems which are hard to contain. The pace of development of computing technology, like that of artificial intelligence, is accelerating. Humanity will have to deal with the fact that this technology will probably surpass its knowledge. We aim to give some ideas of how to grow moral and safe mastery instead of the lack of control of the sorcerer's apprentice.
Thank you, Margarita, for these magical words. And let's see if we can find together the right magic or the pathway to the right magic. We were expecting as a first speaker, the member of the European Parliament, Victor Negresco, but I'm just checking if he is here. No, he maybe is still on his way. So as the next guest, I'm very pleased to announce now with us from the Digital Education Unit of the Directorate General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture of the European Commission, Mrs. Marta Markowska, sorry.
Good morning, everybody. I love the sorceress metaphor, and I hope that makes its way over to this magical drawing we see in progress. I'm Marta Markowska, team leader for digital education, empowerment, and outreach in the European Commission. And I am very pleased today to be offering some opening words. And I want to really just start by thanking our organizers today, European Council for Steinert Waldorf Education and HERMMES for today's very timely event. Now, I think the relevance of helping children navigate the digital world is crucial, and it's really a collective responsibility as educators, as teachers, as policymakers, as parents, as civil society, to ensure that our children and our young people feel, I would say, empowered and fully benefit from the vast opportunities that technology can offer, be it to learn, to connect, to communicate, to find hidden passions and talents. But along with these opportunities, that their safety and that their digital resilience comes first. And this really has to become paramount. I want to share a few statistics sort of to frame the discussion today. Currently, around 43% of 15-year-olds in Europe lack basic digital skills, so that's almost half. 90% of teenagers have access to a smartphone, and around 40% of young people have encountered disinformation in the last week. It is clear that simply being online or using digital devices or using tech does not imply that young people have the digital skills or the competences to be confident and critical users of technology. Young people need to be equipped with the digital skills so they can safely use digital technology with the view really to help them develop healthy online habits and be informed on the responsible use of technology. At EU level, this has been a priority under the current Digital Education Action Plan that we are implementing, which essentially provides a roadmap for delivering on high-quality digital education for all learners across Europe. It's key that this relates also to the use of technology, not only inside classrooms, but also outside of classrooms, to facilitate group learning, peer learning, to promote the development of interpersonal skills, to promote inclusion. And this is of particular importance if we look at learners who are at risk of exclusion, and to encourage balanced digital time management with a view to really nurture and support cognitive, physical, and psychological well-being of learners. Secondly, I'd like to say a few words on the importance of digital literacy. Now, I think we all know that young people face a real complex and dynamic online landscape. We see this with the rise of AI, ChatGPT, issues around algorithmic rabbit holes, challenges around tackling disinformation. I think we're all well versed in these issues. And digital education, and in particular, digital literacy, part of digital skills, need to be seen as the same level, on the same level as basic skills in the 21st century. And the school should become the place where these skills are developed. And this is very much in line with the action plan for basic skills, which the Commission is currently developing and which will be adopted or published next month in March. Now, as many of you know, the Commission developed guidelines on tackling disinformation and promoting digital literacy, and these indeed were guidelines for teachers and educators already in 2022. They're available in all EU languages, so I encourage you to check them out. And given the vast transformation and the vast pace at which things develop, the guidelines are actually currently being updated to take into issues such as AI, ChatGPT, and they will be rolled out later this year. So please check them out. Lastly, I wanted to reflect on a moment here. I think it's fair to say that we still have a lot of learning to do when it comes to fully understanding the complex relationship between technology, young people, and really their use of tech. The picture is still emerging. We know that there are challenges around mental health of young people, of children, which need to be taken seriously. And this is why President von der Leyen last July, when she announced her political guidelines for this mandate, she made that a priority. And she said the EU would launch a EU-wide inquiry on the negative effects of social media on young people. Now, when it comes to the use of technology for learning, effectively blending pedagogy with digital technology for it to be really beneficial and useful to learners is a guiding principle. And these two notions have to go hand in hand. This is clear. And the end goal is really this: the development of critical thinking skills, digital empowerment, and digital resilience, so that young people can thrive, can develop a digital behavior that will fully allow them to benefit from the opportunities of the digital world. And at EU level, we support some of these aims through various programs, such as Erasmus Plus program, eTwinning, the European Solidarity Corps, or the European School Education Platform. Lastly, we are currently updating the Digital Education Action Plan. We are sort of midway of its implementation, and the update will take the form of a roadmap on the future of digital education and skills, and this will also be rolled out later this year. And I'm most certain that digital safety and well-being will feature prominently on this policy agenda. So in closing, I want to wish you an excellent exchange today. I see that the program is very rich, and I very much look forward to today's discussions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marta. I think your words were very inspiring to us, and it's great. I mean, it's hopeful to hear that the EU has some of our concerns high on the agenda, and there are plans that's, being realized to really find a healthy pathway towards this future. Now, the next person has been, with the project, let's say, for a long time. The Council of Europe has announced 2025 as the European Year of Digital Citizenship Education, which perfectly coincides with us meeting him today here and connecting our approach to the work of the Council of Europe. I would like to introduce to you the head of the Digital Transformation Unit of the Education area in the Council of Europe's Directorate for Democracy, Mr. Ahmed Murat Kilic. Thank you.
Thank you, Clara. Okay, smart minds are alike. So there are different players, different stakeholders in this room and in Europe, of course. I mean, I see that people are approaching these topics from different angles. And thanks to the brilliant guy, Adam Smith, who invented this division of labor that everybody does the thing that they have mastered. So the Council of Europe, as you may know, the leading human rights institution in the European continent, I would say globally, and we have a very special mandate for protecting and promoting human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. So while you're listening to me, please put this angle to this glasses on your eyes and see how we approach and how we complement, if not even cover, what the European Commission and other organizations are doing in this field. So there were some really useful pointers communicated by the organizers. Dora, thank you for that. So what is my organization, or how is my organization is contributing to digital education? So there is citizenship education, and for this designer, maybe it would be useful. And there is digital education. If you can put the word citizenship in between, it is digital citizenship education. So what we mean by that, thank you, Marta, you mentioned about empowerment. So empowerment means with this great digital competencies framework and digital education action plan, the European Commission is really supporting its member states and beyond to build these competencies necessary to harness the benefits of digital technologies in particular. What I'm not saying it is missing, but in the broader competence frameworks of the European Commission, there's also citizenship angle. But we tried to kind of bring together several competencies, or we would like to complement the digital competencies with competencies for democratic culture, which is our flagship concept. What does it mean, actually? It's a group of competencies that are clustered in 4 groups: values, attitudes, skills, knowledge, and critical understanding. So we believe that you might have the necessary digital skills or competencies, but they should be complemented with those competencies. So then it becomes more about not what you do, or it's also important what you do, but how you do it and why you do it. So you can be master of any digital skill and like coding, but again, what is the purpose of using coding? Is it just for labor? Is it giving your community, or is it for bad or good? That is the reason we would like to, building on our long-standing citizenship education program since 1997, we proposed this concept of digital citizenship education back in 2016. Those of you who know Council of Europe, we have also Children's Rights Division. We have been trying to protect the children, also including from the threats from the digital environment and digital technologies. But in 2016, our steering committee for education decided, okay, this is important. We need to protect our children, the minors, but we also need to empower them. So empowering through the digital competencies, empowering through the citizenship competencies, so they can cope and anticipate the digital evolution or revolution, but also they can harness the benefits. It's not just protecting and safety of learners or especially students, but it's also being capable of, or having the capacity of, using them responsibly, participating actively in the digital environment, taking an active stand when there is needed, and then also having this lifelong learning perspective. So I see on this, on the title, helping children navigate, which is we are trying to do, but helping citizens also to navigate from 0 to 77 or until the end of their lives. Because in our launching conference last month, it was mentioned that the senior citizens is a growing population. They are being threatened, excluded from the many government services or public services because they don't have the skills or the guidance to how to make a tax declaration, etc. So shortly, our concept of digital citizenship has a holistic framework, which consists of, we call them 10 digital domains. They are clustered under 3 headings: being online, well-being online, and rights online. And when we introduced this concept back in 2017, not many people were talking about well-being. especially well-being of learners in the digital, in relation to digital, and only during and after the COVID, many started talking about well-being. So well-being in work, at home, in the school, etc. So in the conference, launching conference, Jane McCraggle from WebWise Ireland mentioned, we need to connect the dots. So commission, yourselves, many active players do a lot of things, but somebody needs to connect the dots. And then maybe we need to better coordinate and then make our offers in a way that people are not kind of lost, okay, especially policymakers. And even when you go to the school level, it will be difficult to cope with different streams of offers coming from different organizations. So it will be better to kind of coordinate and make a joint effort to help not only learners, but citizens in general. So future of digital education, again, maybe we are talking too much about future. What is now? How about now? I mean, future is built now. So let's not think too much about future in the sense that, okay, we are getting prepared, but do something today, act today, and then take a stand today. I mean, I would quote the famous motto, just do it, just not wait to somebody to come and help you. And books and tablets, interesting title. My daughter is 17 years old. A long time ago, when she started reading, or a little bit later, I thought maybe she would be more interested in reading if I get her a kind of one of those electronic readers. It didn't work. And then now she's a really great, I mean, she loves reading. She recently asked her mom to create a cover, a kind of, fabric cover for her to put the books. So what I'm trying to say that the ministers of education back in 2019 stated digital citizenship education should be included in all learning environments, but it should take account the evolving capacities of learners. So there's no straight answer, books or tablets, but depending on the situation, depending on the age of the learners, either is a book, either is a tablet, or both. So I wish you all a successful conference, and then would love to hear more from all the speakers. And also remind you that, thanks Clara mentioning the European Year of Digital Citizenship Education 2025, exactly we would like to raise the awareness of the importance of digital citizenship education this year. And then, like Marta mentioned, we have also an idea of developing a roadmap after the year for 7 years to enhance or kind of to promote digital citizenship education wider in the coming years. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for these inspiring words. And I think we are trying to bring the dots together today and do it. Yes, not talk about it. So that was a wonderful bridge. To also the next keynote speaker of today, we are very happy to have with us someone who is a tech ethics and policy expert advising private and public actors. She's also a member of an external expert group to support the Danish government's work on setting the framework for big tech in Denmark and the EU. She's also a member of a Danish Council of Ethics and Wellbeing Commission, and an expert advisor to the United States Future of Tech Commission, and author of a number of analyses and reports on big tech, online games, and protection of children online. So this is promising to be quite a speech, and we are very happy to have with us now Mia Uhlenschläger.
Thank you so much. And I'm wondering, is the sound okay? Yes? So first of all, thank you so much for having me here, for the invitation to speak here today about a very, very, very pressing and important topic. It's really an honor and a privilege to be here. So you did a bit of an introduction of me, so I won't go further into that. Just want to say that I attack this topic from a lot of different angles. But today, I'm not representing any organization or club or institution. Okay, I'm here as me, thinking and reflecting deeply upon these topics. So, a little more than 2 years ago, schools around the world faced what I would call an existential crisis. A crisis brought on by a generative AI system called ChatGPT. So this and very quickly similar tech products, AI products, capable of analyzing and formulating text, audio, pictures at a remarkable speed and accuracy created sort of a seismic shift for everyone. The perspectives were mind-blowing, right? And within the last years, educators have identified both benefits to this, but also challenges from generative AI, benefits and challenges. But what they did do, and I think that all of us can agree on that, they forced us to confront very profound questions about the role of schools, the purpose of education, and the relationship between humans and technology at a more fundamental level. And I want to stay at that fundamental level today. So why should students read and read deep when AI can summarize for them? Why should children learn complex and tough text analysis when AI can perhaps do it better? Why should we even have physical schools when we can just learn on the go, in the bed, in the kitchen? Home, it's so convenient there in bed, right? Why come out? Why have schools? How important is human critical thinking? Ethical reflection, really? Can we leave those to avatars? They're pretty good at putting up like modules on ethics. Finally, why should teaching exist as a human profession at all when we can just embrace AI for more personalized learning and cognitive tasks? So this very serious, in my opinion, last question was actually highlighted last year in Denmark. The Danish Employers Association, had hired Boston Consulting Group to conduct calculations about how in Denmark the public sector could save money. So their predictions suggested that in 2040, that's in 15 years, AI can replace almost every fourth elementary teacher in Denmark. That would be a reduction of 9,000 Danish teachers. There was a bit of an outcry in the media. Some agreed, some didn't. But it's not just in Denmark, so that the profound importance of human teachers are being questioned. A little less than a week ago, Elon Musk claimed on X that it is already possible for AI-assisted education to deliver better outcomes than 3.8 million teachers, that there's clear scientific consensus around this. But philosophy professor Ivan Salinger from Rochester Institute of Technology concluded on this remark from one of the wealthiest and most powerful men in Silicon Valley, that their playbook is to overhype the technology, unfairly devalue human teachers, and frame budget limitations as making it necessary to embrace as much AI as possible. So here we are. This situation reflects, in my opinion, a crisis. Now, 79 years ago, a German-American political thinker called Hannah Arendt reminded us that crisis forces us back to fundamental questions. In 1954, she wrote an essay titled "The Crisis in Education." She wrote that a crisis forces us back to the fundamental questions, back to the questions themselves, and demand either new or old answers from us, but in any case, direct judgments. And I guess that's why we're here today. We need direct judgments. We need to stimulate our own critical thinking. So a crisis in education is not new, but the current backdrop is unprecedented. Professor Shoshana Zuboff from Harvard Business School wrote an article, a 60 pages long article in 2022. And there she points to the fact that today the epistemic power, the power over knowledge globally, rests in the hands of a few very wealthy tech companies whose AI-based products have an immense power over how we think, live, learn, and decide as humans, communities, and even societies. Their systems are not governed by ethics, but by an ideology of expansion, growth, scale, and profit. And we have welcomed this in our schools, many places. We had to. And this, as a matter of fact, started long before ChatGPT was even launched in the market a couple of years ago. In her book, The Age of Surveillance Capitalism from 2019, I really recommend that everyone reads that. It's based on an article from 2015. She states that the problem is not the technology itself. The problem is not the technology in itself, but the business model and the underlying instrumentarian power behind technology. These technologies. The power of these companies and their advertising platforms that we today call social media are marked by what she calls radical indifference. This means, according to Professor Zuboff, that truth is inferior to profit. And that is why, according to Zuboff, disinformation is a systemic consequence of the surveillance capitalistic business model. And I would argue ChatGPTs and other large language models' hallucinations are the same systemic consequence of the same model, since these are based on scraping the internet. Yeah. So in the attention economy, where companies profit from keeping users engaged, sensationalized, sorry, pardon my English, or misleading content can create more likes, shares, clicks, swipes. Research and reality has already demonstrated that. This content is highly effective in pulling people in because it plays on emotions like fear, outrage, or curiosity. And as we all know, children are more vulnerable because their frontal lobes are not fully developed. That's at least one reason they're more vulnerable. So, in spite of these technologies, in some ways being useful as tools, if that is the metaphor we use to describe them, and we can't do that, it's the underlying business model's indifference that stands in stark contrast to what schools, in my opinion, must stand for: places of ethics, inquiry, and meaning. Schools must, I argue, serve as sanctuaries, to be in the vocabulary of Professor Zuboff. They must protect the children from commercial data exploitation, and they must protect children's ability to wonder and to think, to critically reflect on and to explore the world without being reduced to a consumer or a data point. And here, human teachers can enter the scene. They can act as intermediaries between the child and the world, helping them cultivate a shared and pluralistic understanding of reality, of what it means to be alive with ourselves, to be alive with each other in the human world. Human pedagogy is more important than ever. So, just to go back to Hannah Arendt, actually, she did remind us that the essence of being alive lies in the process of thinking, the process, not in the outcome. She wrote in 1978, "A life without thinking is quite possible. It then fails to develop its own essence. It is not merely meaningless, that life, it's not fully alive. Unthinking men are like sleepwalkers." That was in 78. So thinking, in other words, and we need to be clear on this, is not about quick answers or perfect predictions. That is the job for an algorithm. That's a job for AI. Human thinking is about wonder, analysis, exploration, and ethical decision-making. And much more, actually. This goes back all the way to Socrates. This is why schools are more critical than ever. They must provide two fundamental things. One, the solitary act of thinking. teaching students to think independently also without reliance on technological crutches. And this is not instrumental. It's not just about being instrumental. It's about being fully alive. And two, the political act of judging, helping students learn to engage with others to create and sustain a shared world, a pluralistic democracy. And I think we're in a time where we need this more than ever. This is pretty serious. Because today, AI is not just about systems or engineering. That's kind of old school. Lots have happened since Professor John McCarthy in 1956 defined AI as the science and engineering of making intelligent machines, especially intelligent computer program. That was, that was when the world was so simple. Today, AI is about much more, as Professor Kate Crawford writes in her book, The Atlas of AI. Read it, it's really good, from 1921. Listen to how she describes AI. I'm going to read a quote. Artificial intelligence is an idea, an infrastructure, an industry, a form of exercising power, a way of seeing. It's also a manifestation of highly organized capital backed by vast systems of extraction and logistics with supply chains that wrap around the entire planet. The cloud is not just a cloud, they're computer centers. All of these things are part of what artificial intelligence is. A two-word phrase onto which is mapped a complex set of expectations, ideologies, desires, and fears. AI is a way of seeing, she writes. And I think of Shakespeare's Hamlet. Remember, who's there is the first question. Who is there? Schools must help young people, children and young people, answer that question. See who they are, who the others are in the world together. That guidance has to be human to human, because only humans are ethical. We have a Danish ethicist called K.E. Løstrup. I know there are a few Danes here who would not know him. He highlighted that education and teaching is not just about transferring knowledge from teacher to student. Algorithm is so good at that. No, for Løstrup, education involves a much deeper relational aspect where both teacher and students are engaged in mutual ethical interaction. It's about understanding us and each other. Even with the best predictive models, even with the best literacy, AI literacy programs, the most advanced algorithms, the most personalized AI tutors, none of that matters, in my opinion, if we lose our capacity for critical thought, wonder, and democratic engagement. It comes first, it's the foundation. And this is not just about, holistic intrinsic values. According to the World Economic Forum, in 2025, analytical thinking remains the most sought after core skill among employers, with 7 out of 10 companies considering it as very essential. This is followed by resilience, flexibility, human flexibility, agility, along with leadership and social influence. These skills are human-centered skills. And when we talk about training for digital literacy, we must remember it is general critical thinking that lies at the heart of this a little bit, as what you also mentioned too with civic education. The findings from a 2025 study from Center for Strategic Corporate Foresight and Sustainability at Swiss Business School show students who engage in a higher level of what they call cognitive offloading to AI. Sometimes when we use AI, we're offloading our cognition to the machine. So students who engage in higher levels of cognitive offloading due to AI tool usage exhibits lower critical thinking skills, indicating that the reduction in cognitive load from AI tools adversely affects critical thinking development. We don't have much evidence yet. It's been a couple of years only, and we need more evidence. but we really need to act on a precautionary principle here. So I'm getting near the end now. At the end of the day, education is not just about equipping students with knowledge. It's about shaping their ability to think, to wonder, to act ethically in a complex and interconnected world. How do we do that? While generative AI offers quick answers and very convincing simulations, they cannot offer students the painstaking process by which healthy human communities, human understanding and insights are built. And I repeat, the painstaking process. We all know that, we're adults. It requires shared human experiences. It must be cultivated, it must be practiced, and it must be framed by humans. And I guess the reason why I find this so important is that also in Denmark, we have moved very quickly ahead with digitization, also in schools. And we are starting at a broader level, in one way to see the consequences, but also to step just a step back a little bit and see, hey, perhaps it's okay to slow down just a little bit. And what that requires is human teachers conducting a pedagogy with a shared world experience. Only human, it seems so trivial. Perhaps it seems trivial to us, but if you read into some of the writing of some of these tech companies that dominate the discourse and holds the power in these domains, it is not trivial that only human teachers understand what it means to be human and to feel. Only human teachers have an experience of being a physical body in the world. And I know that's something that most of you from where you come from know all about and agree with. So I hope this day will also be a reaffirmation of the importance of schools and teachers as the stewards of these ideals. Let us ensure that our children and young people are not sleepwalking through a world shaped by AI. And that can be recommendation algorithms, as you mentioned, or it can be generative AI. AI is built into so many things now, but that they're living fully, thinking deeply, and engaging meaningfully with each other. And of course, consequently, with new forms of amazing technology. It's our responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mia. I think this was so heartwarming, inspiring, and giving us all as teachers and educators, parents, a lot of courage. Because I think what you really say, the ability to wonder, to think, to feel, and to act responsible are core human qualities that we really want to enforce and strengthen in all of our children. We have not yet been given notice that Fixco will be us, but promise that he will try. So whenever he shows up, we will make space for that. But now it is time to walk our talk, and we promised you some holistic experience today in this conference. So I warmly invite now Hermes co-worker and a colleague, Peter Bastin, who will energize our being.
Hi. In order to know each other a bit better, I think it's very important to know each other's name. So we're just 100, and I think I'm Peter. We can do un tour de table. We can just say our names. But in order to do this really efficient, I suggest that I count to 3. And on 3, you just shout out your name. So 1, 2, 3, Peter. This is efficient. I heard there's a Murat. I even There was an Uhlenschlager. There's a Marty, there's a Dora. Yeah. There's a Paula, an Ivar. Yeah, this is efficient. This reminds me of social media. The one that screamed the loudest is the ones that are being heard. And all the others, yeah, what are the others? Noise? So knowing each other's names is, of course, only the first step. The second step, please stand up. We are going to play a little game. It's called Guess Who. I have someone in my mind who is also in this room. You are going to ask me questions. Simple yes or no questions. And if it's not about you, you sit down. How many questions do we need to find this person? 7? Is there anyone who can do better? 6? Okay. 2 questions. Will 2 questions be enough? No. Probably around 6 to 7 questions will be enough. This is a sorting algorithm. This is what your cookies do when you click on a website. They're sorting you out. Okay, I have someone in my mind. If you do this job within 7 questions plus 1 guess, you win. Otherwise, I win. Okay. You can ask me any question. Oh, we're starting with a very interesting question. I didn't check your gender in advance, so I can be sure about it. Is this question still appropriate? I don't know. It's depending on your background, of course. But I can answer this question based on some stereotypes. Yes, it's a man. So please, all women, sit down. So I need someone who's counting. Please, I need an assistant. Number 1. All right, next question. Yes. No, no glasses. Oh, quickly putting glasses on. Okay, next question. Who dares? Yes, gray hair. Okay, you can sit down, Robert. It's okay. It's okay, go sit down. I do have more gray hair. So. Yes, he has a beard. Okay, only 3. How many questions did we already? 3 questions? 4 questions, I think, yes. Oh. I think you're going to win. Well, that's a bit depending on your definition. Okay. 2 meters. Yes, I think he's 2 meters. Please, Ivar. All right. So you only needed 5 questions, and I think we're more than 100 people. So think about next time you accept your cookies, how quick you will be sorted out. Thank you. I think it's time for a panel.
Thank you so much, Peter. I think we do feel energized. You know, it's always good to have a laugh in between all the seriousness. We have come to the moment to take a closer look at what the HERMMES project is really about. how it came about, what is already done, and what is to come. And we already heard one of
Det
the
var kult, en som forklarte algoritmer, da.
now
Altså,
she will
folk,
be
jeg tenker på en person i rommet, liksom, så er vi 100 stykker.
Ja.
Og så liksom,
oh,
kan du
yeah,
stille spørsmål.
somebody wants
I løpet av 5 spørsmål så fant du ut hvem det var.
Ah.
Det må vi prøve på leiden.
So, okay, I think we have the room back to ourselves, almost. So I would like to invite here to the front the woman who's been the captain of our HERMMES ship, who has kept us on track and with our nose in the right direction, kept us on pace, and her colleague, Marti Domokos and Margareta van Ramdonk.
Is it okay? Yeah. I hear myself. Okay. So you will have to hold my microphone for a minute while I do something for which I need my two hands, because we promised that we will be serious from now. But I just want to show you something really very important. Can you hold the microphone here? Thank you so much. So you have in your goodie bags this notebook. And this has a thought behind it, because we have this books or tablets idea. And of course, we all suppose that you might still make notes or write stories or do whatever in this book. But Robert, can I get your phone? So when you're fed up with all that writing and everything, then you can watch a little movie, because it's also a phone stand. So just that you know the thought behind the present that we gave you. So thank you, Robert. You get your phone back now. And I open my notebook. Yeah. So you are all here today because of this project. That's why we invited you, because we have this project, the HERMMES project. Margareta already spelled out what the HERMMES stands for, so I'm not going to read it another time. It's there now. While I talk, you can also engage yourself with reading it 10 times and try to remember it all. But we are nearing the end of our project. But actually, if you ask our partners who are here scattered around in the room and you tell them, oh, how is it to near the end of this project? They will also say, and we are only starting. So we have done what we promised in this project plan and much more, actually. But now we have all this material. It is not time to work with them, to disseminate them, have others work with them, and to look around what else still needs to be done. But I will reflect on that a bit later. But we would first do a little bit of looking back. So I would ask you, Margareta, why or where does this project come from? We are really the ones who stepped up and said, we are going to design this, not with the two of us, but we will be the pullers and the people who do this. But why?
It's very clear. We have, as I said already this morning at the very beginning, for years we have been working with this subject, and more we heard that people were asking for, okay, but what do we do? How do we do it? Who is all involved in doing good media education, so that these pupils of ours reach media maturity at 18 years old? And so more and more we got these questions. And we also knew that some of our people were working deeply and had answers to research as well as practice, but it was not spread around. And so we thought, we need to design a project to spread the news that there are things you can do and that we all can start on a journey of exploration.
Okay, you know, in Conegliano, in one of my speeches, that was another conference of us, I referred back to the changes in my own lifetime. And we looked at science fiction. We looked how I had the first floppy disk at university. I'm not going to repeat that now. Then we looked at my lifetime. Now, if we look at the lifetime of this project, which we started designing a bit more than 4 years ago, if I told you then, I said the words TikTok, what would you answer?
A clock?
Yes.
Yeah. I think my grandchild would say, a clock, tick-tock, tick-tock.
But many grandchildren nowadays don't say the clock. Yeah, it's not bad or good. It's just that this is in this little bit of lifetime. I looked it up because I was curious, because we talk about ChatGPT, yes, has been a kind of problem, and of course other AI tools, that they are a challenge in education. And I looked at it, and actually, of course, when we started out the project, if I said chat, and yeah.
Okay, we knew chat boxes. We knew what chatting was in two meanings, like just we are now chatting, but also on the internet you could chat. But that was about it.
Yeah, and I knew AI as the tool that recommends books to me on Amazon, which I'm supposed to read if I read the other books. But now we have ChatGPT. It has only been with us for a bit more than 2 years, and it has already become a challenge. So what we cannot do as educators is prepare for what's coming, but what can we do?
Well, we can at least look at what is present and what is now going on, and we can educate them to become resilient users and to become also to get media maturity and so on. So we can at least work on the basis of it all so that they can also meet the challenges in their future.
Thank you for this little conversation. Okay, so, but then we set out to do this project, and actually we had a few partners in mind. So we asked them, and Heine, are you doing the slides? Then can you do, thank you. Then we thought, okay, we had an idea. We knew who were already working on this. And then we asked organizations, would you like to join us? And it was like a full-hearted yes. All the time, every partner, we could have had, I think, 50 partners. Everyone wanted to do this. But I think what we managed to reach is a nice balance, because what I find unique on our project is that it's not only researchers, it's not only schools and teachers, it's not only parents, but it's all that. The organizations will be shown a bit later, but just that you see that when you look at this, we have 2 schools, we have parents who work really, they did wonderful practice research in our project. We have parental organizations, we have educational providers, we have NGOs, and we have universities as well. So we joined, this was what Murat referred to also in a little way, in our own work, in our own project, we did try to connect the dots. Yeah, so thank you for that thought there. Okay, but then we defined what we wanted to do, and now I'm going to read to you what our aim is in the project, and you can find it on the website, of course, as well. So the goal of the HERMMES project is that at the end of their school career, pupils are media mature. They should be able to use the full range of analog and digital media for their own education, participation in civil society, and the labor market. In addition, they should be able to make informed choices on how much time they spend on digital tools, for which purpose, and always with a conscious and critical approach to the content shared or consumed through media. So age-appropriate and development-oriented media education only introduces digital technology in classrooms after children demonstrate media maturity and a high level of media literacy. So what, again, I can refer to something that you also said, Murat, about empowerment. So we believe that one right of children is, yes, it is what is often said, it's the right to have access to digital tools, but first and foremost, they have the right to sound and well-planned media education. So then we set out, and what did we achieve and what did we realize? Yes, thank you, Heina. So this is a little presentation of what we have done. So we have a curriculum with text, and it is also a curriculum grid. I will tell you a bit more about that later. We have guidelines, which are we used actually all the available EU material in our project as well, but this is really guidelines for schools. I will again tell something about that. We will have the community and culture guide, and we have a longer document which explains why we do what we do and why we think at certain ages certain things should be done. And because we would also like to disseminate our findings and what we have developed, we also have teacher trainings. We have one which is a learning journey that I will say everything still later. We have a learning journey, we have an ambassador training, and we have trainings and learning journeys for parents. But then let's get down to the guidelines. Okay, Heina? Thank you. So we have guidelines, and why we find that very important is because of this cooperation of all the adults around the children, so that parents and teachers define together where they want to be in media education and digital literacy within their school settings. And in these guidelines, we don't tell them how to do it, we give them pointers of how to develop it and helpful questions and ideas in there. Then we also have the curriculum. Okay. Yes, thank you. So the curriculum is a longer document. You can find it in the break on that panel, printed out in its entirety. It is based on the areas of the DIGCOMP, the EU DIGCOMP, the Digital Competence Framework, and it has sub-areas as well. What we really are proud of, we are really proud of this, we are proud of everything that we have done, but you have here, I am at least, so it is put into age groups, 6 age groups of 3 years each, and you have learning aims, which start with children are able to. So we would like to reach these things that they are able to do, and then we give teaching strategies below that, connected to the same areas, and we have this for all ages. And connected this, there is a third level where we give practice examples, how you can do it as inspiration. Of course, teachers can also develop their own, but sometimes it's also good to get inspired by something that you can find online. That is our curriculum. Heina? Thank you. Then we have the community and culture guide, and it is different in a way from our guidelines, because this is really how teachers and parents can work in their daily life, their educational setting, on defining, refining things. And to this, we will have connected door openers, and also door openers that are also examples that you can really use in your parent-teacher evenings and other meetings. And we also have lots of other resources that you can find on our website. Yes, next slide, please. And then we have the trainings, as I told you. So we have learning journeys, which are self-paced online journeys that people can engage on, either on their own or in groups of teachers, groups of parents, a hub. You can build a hub and do these things together. It's a very interesting journey. I'm not going into it deeper. You can ask us all with the red badges about it in the breaks. Then we have the ambassador training, which is a train-the-trainer training. I always like that one, train-the-trainer training. And it is a 15-month journey to empower people to be the ones who can help and teach educators in their own hubs, country, school, or regional level, whatever your needs are. Okay, but, and we have also the HERMMES website that you have seen when you registered to this conference, but since yesterday morning it has changed. So you can check it out. There is a lot of material that I'm presenting here, or that material is already there, and we keep on filling it up and adding to it as we go along. So although our project will have at the end of its lifetime at the end of next month, we have really so many things still to do and what we want to do. So we will keep the website lively and updated. We will add material. The trainings will start. We will build a HERMMES quality label. I'm not going into that because, again, I could talk half an hour about only that as well. And we still have lots of emerging ideas. But so feel free to talk to us here, ask us questions, and also know that we will be around for the coming years. You will hear from us more. Thank you. And I already mentioned the partners to you, but it is time now for Dora, who has been my help and support in all this journey, to show you who we are.
Yes, hi everybody. Let's just start bringing the people up. I've been in rooms where we talk about these topics so many times, and it's either me or Marti talking about HERMMES, or maybe individually Arya, or individually Paola. But we're also, of course, not just us. We are all of the people that I want to bring here, and some more maybe that couldn't make it today. And so I am very happy to be able to bring them in front of you and see how many is left after all the HERMMES partners come to the stage. First and foremost, we had 2 schools running, living every day, interacting with children's schools who have been a part of this project. So please, let's welcome Bittering.nl. Maria. And let's also, from the Netherlands, and also let's welcome Italian school, Scuola Novalis. Then we had 2 universities that were members of this work, also very, very engaged experts, professors from these universities that we had the pleasure to work with and drink from their research. So please welcome colleagues from Alanus University. And also welcome colleague from the Freie Hochschule Stuttgart, Free University of Stuttgart. Then we also had organizations that give pedagogical service or that provide learning platforms. And so let's welcome the Flemish Federation of Steiner Waldorf Schools. They're not sure who because and also let's welcome Eleva. E-learning Waldorf platform. But then we are really proud to be together with the parents organizations, parents representatives. So please welcome Parents, European Parents Association. And also please welcome European Steiner Waldorf Parents Association. Did anyone come from the? Come, Tilly. Yeah, you can come up. Yeah. We can have second level. And also let's welcome the Norwegian Steiner Waldorf Parents Association. And then kind of as the ones who are representing a lot of educational settings, we had the International Association of Steiner Waldorf Early Childhood Education. And we also have us from the European Council for Steiner Waldorf Education. So now you see, we are a lot of people. I'm so happy to be surrounded by all of them. And we have a lot of people left in the audience, that's true. So thank you so much from all of us to be here and to exchange with us. We are all very happy to talk to you during this day. But to have everybody say a little bit about themselves, I will ask them to tell you their name and maybe repeat their organization. And then to say what quality of yours, what capacity of yours shined in this project. And if you've heard that one already, try to mention another one because plenty of qualities of each of us was involved in this project. Ulrike, do you want to start?
So my name is Ulrike Sievers. I'm representing the online platform eLearning Waldorf. And I think what I bring or brought to the project was my interest and research in transformative adult learning journeys to create these in an online format.
Well, I'm representing the Federation, the Flemish Federation, but I see Werner in the background, who is also, of course, a representative. I think I brought the fun factor. No, I'm a teacher, so I think with my 2 feet really in the field, in the ground, I think that was very important.
Hello, my name is Hilary Siddons. I come from the Scuola Novalis. It's a Waldorf school in Conegliano in the north of Italy. And I think what I brought to this project was maybe the flexibility and the linguistic aspect, the fact that we are translating or transferring, bringing this project to all parts of Europe, you know, and in this case, to the southern part of Italy.
Hello, my name is Kim Klein. I'm a principal of Wittering.nl, a primary school in the Netherlands. And I'm not that long in the project as the other ones, but I have the opportunity to inspire my colleague principals in my organization to spread the HERMMES words, actually. So, yeah.
I'm Marianne Ronge. I'm involved in the project from the beginning. And I'm also from Wittering.nl in the Netherlands. And I think that my enthusiasm about how can we work together with teachers, but also with researchers was very nice. And I hope that I can do all the things we have developed in this project, that we can bring it in practice in our school, but also in all kinds of schools in the Netherlands.
Hello, so I'm Margaretha van Raamdonk, and I think I brought the helicopter view to the whole of the project. And the lady next to me is, well, on all levels. We just discussed this yesterday. Sometimes the micromanagement should be let go of. Okay, so then I mentioned the word management. So I have lots of experience in different management things from organizations, NGOs, school board, my numerous children, everything. And so I used my management and coordination skills in this project to keep this really lively bunch together. Sometimes it was more difficult than a school class, but I enjoyed it.
Thank you. So, hello, my name is Julia Kernbach. I'm from Alanus University together with, I see the flowers. So, just to move on, I'm together with you.
Hello, and I'm Paula Bleckmann, and my special capacity is mind reading. No, I'm just joking. My special capacity is you know, Arnold Schwarzenegger, the Terminator.
Everyone does.
Oh, but I'm Paula Bleckmann, and I'm the demystificator. And you can come to some of the workshops to understand what it means to demystify technology, to really understand how it works. Yeah. And I'm good at doing that, but I also pride myself in not trying to funnel this knowledge into the heads of students, but to create experiences that allow them to demystify themselves. That's it.
Yeah, that's what we brought into the project, not only today, but yeah.
Hello, I'm Ivar. I'm keeping information in movement.
So my name is Arja Krauchenberg, and I represent, together with Ivar here, the European Parents Association. What we brought into this project mainly is our past experience, because we have been working on this digital field for parents for the past more than 10 years. My personal capacity that I bring here is maybe telepathy. We were talking about that with my assistant the other day. We said, we are already well advanced on AI, so we don't need AI any longer. We work on telepathy. The next step.
Thank you. I am Cecilia Skarka from ENSWAP, the European Steiner Waldorf Parents. And I think my superpower was to stay calm in turbulent times. It was sometimes used. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Robert Neumann. I'm from the Freie Hochschule Stuttgart, and we do teacher training there. And as well, I'm still teaching at a school. And what I brought into the project is this aim of having children and people understand how does technology work. And not for the ones who are already interested, for them it's easy, but for the other ones, that they get this kind of basic understanding. If I'm asking ChatGPT, okay, it's a mechanical system. It's very fast and it knows quite a lot, but it's still a mechanical system, for example. So that one doesn't feel like, yeah, there are all things around me, but I don't really know how they work.
Thank you. My name is Kjersti Kristengård. I'm from the Norwegian Parents Association, together with you.
Yeah, my name is Hilde Lengali, and I'm also, I was representing the Norwegian Parents Association, and I think the skill I brought into this project was a broad experience on cooperation between parents and teachers.
Yes, I try to bring in the parents' perspective into this project. Yes, thank you.
Hello, my name is Andrej Solgaj. I'm on behalf of Parents, Waldorf Parents Network. My profession is IT specialist. I'm working in IT for more than 20 years, and I'm also engaged and active parent in the Waldorf educational movement. So I'm bringing this point of view to the project.
Thank you.
Georg Jürgens, I'm the managing director of X-Way. I have followed this project mostly from a distance, but I was always involved when money needed to be transferred to you guys. And following it from a distance also means looking for opportunities to connect the HERMMES work with the general work of X-Way in some ways. Yeah.
Yes, and you've heard my name already, Clara Art. So I think from the international perspective, what I was able to bring or try to bring was to give the European organization wings beyond Europe. So I tried to bring a broadened international perspective and context, and also the voice and the lens of the very young child and its educators.
Thank you. And I am Dora Shimunovic, as I said before, from X-Way, but I think my capacity in this project was mostly to make sure that we are in dialogue with people that are doing policy and that are implementing policy. And this is why I am so happy that we have all of you here so we can talk about this. How do we bring this message to everyone who makes decisions about what happens in schools? And yes, right? Yeah, you can.
Because I'm just so happy that she's here with us. So you saw these lovely pictures, and you might have seen our website, and we have a designer here. Aristea, please come here. And I will tell you can say it, but I will tell what I found your great capacity here. You just taught her kind of what you thought in a very abstract level, and you gave her input, and suddenly it was there in the pictures, in the designs that she made. So every material that you have and that you find on our website, all the curriculum grid, which wasn't an easy task, the community and culture guide, which was not an easy task. So, and she just did it. So thank you so much, Aristea.
Thank you, Marty, and thanks to all of you. I'm really happy to be here. It was a lovely project, and I'm very happy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arista. Next to us who have been kind of the formal partners have signed into the commission's system and have been there officially, we also have organizations who have been associated partners and have helped us disseminate our work. So I will just mention them, and maybe the people from those organizations who are here can stand up, or if they're standing up, they can wave so that you can also see them. So one of them is Learning for Wellbeing Foundation. There is Chiara. Thank you. Another one is Lifelong Learning Platform. We also had help with disseminating from Alient, but I think nobody is here from that organization today. And for this conference, we had help from All Digital, who is represented. Thank you so much. So you know us. We've been looking at your, yes? Pedagogical section? Right. Then we have support from the pedagogical section, who is here represented by Philip. I think it's just time that we start talking to each other. You know us, and we've seen your faces now for 10 minutes. So let's just start this coffee break. Let's talk to each other, and we come back at 11:40.
I'd like to invite you all back to the chairs here. Thank you.
Okay. So what do you want to do? Please, I will sit there because I'm the least important now, and for the rest you can choose. Yes,
Okay, should we roughly follow this thing? I'm here. Yeah, yeah. Probably in this. That means I'll turn stick there. I see.
Okay.
I already. So, welcome back. I hope you have all had a wonderful cup of coffee, tea, a juice, a beautiful croissant or a chocolate bread, and some nice conversations that maybe you will continue in the next break. But first now, I'm happy to give the word to Marty Domokos, who will be the moderator of our first panel today. And we will have the topic of why and how to use or not use digital technology for education.
Thank you, Clara. It seems like a loaded question, but I would just like a nice conversation about this, as I already told you. So I will introduce you all, and for those that I got a fun fact from, I will. It was Mia, while we are sitting here, please think of a fun fact. Okay, so I'm just going in kind of an order that's in my little book. So on the right there and for your left, you have Peter Pavodin. And Peter has been with All Digital, the organization All Digital, since I think already for 13 years by now. Yeah. Okay, and he was the CEO for quite some years, and now he is the Chief Operating Officer who helps organizing events and develop strategy and does project planning and implementation. But now he joins us in his capacity as digital education content developer. So welcome, Peter. And because you know that we are here as the coordinator of the project from the European Council of Steiner Waldorf Education, I really liked your fun fact. His fun fact was that although he is not involved in Waldorf education, but his sister is a Waldorf teacher and his brother-in-law is a Waldorf teacher and head of school. He has 3 nephews who go to Waldorf schools and 2 nieces also go to Waldorf schools. So, okay, and welcome. And I will ask you questions a bit later. Then I have my very dear colleague, Ulrike, who has, next to what she introduced from the e-learning Waldorf, she is also incredible with helping put together very tricky conferences and meetings and make them lively and facilitate well. This was a bit my fun fact because I really love this. Thank you. And Ulrike is an English and biology graduate, and she has been a teacher for 25 years now, also head of school. And what I really loved from this introduction was that you have all this time, you have already included various media in English, especially I think in English teaching. You also do teacher training for English teachers, and putting special focus on inviting pupils to also develop their media competence, but also work on content. And by analyzing media content, but also producing. So that's, I think, very important. And so she focused on the development or critical criteria-based judgment already before critical information management and data literacy became big words. So, Mia, you already had your introduction by Clara, so I'm not repeating that. Can you tell us something more than what was said there?
I can, because I'm also teaching. I'm a part-time lecturer for American college and university students that are studying abroad in Copenhagen for one semester. And I have developed a course called The Age of AI, Ethics and Public Policy. And it is, the students come from a variety of American institutions, from smaller liberal arts colleges to Ivy League institutions, and they come from computer science or from journalism or history. So it's really interesting to use and not use technology in classroom and try and establish a level playing field in that regard. So that was new, I think.
Thank you. So Igor, I have only just met you like 5 minutes ago, but we wrote to each other already. And you are the head of the Digital Education Service at the Ministry of Slovenia. But you are also an associate professor at the University of Maribor. And your research focus is on digital education, and particularly the role of technology in teaching and learning, looking at where it enhances the process and where its limitations must be acknowledged. And I really like that. I will have some questions about this as well. Fun fact. There is this very long hiking trail in Slovenia with 37 kilometers, so 37,000 meters of elevation upwards that you do in 80 kind of steps. It only has 9 to finish. I want to add something to that.
Yeah, it's like a Slovenian sports to finish this, like a great accomplishment for all that do it. And other fun fact is that my daughters also went to Waldorf school.
Okay, in Maribor, yeah. Okay, Sunke.
Yes.
I practiced his name. I'm sure I'm near there now. And we met in Madrid not that long ago, a few months ago indeed, only at the Digital Summit, where he gave a talk, which I found very inspiring. And Sunke is a media theorist. I like that description already. And he writes and teaches and curates and focuses on collaborative arts, is what you do. And you also do technology research. That's also one of your focuses. I think you have many focuses. And you are also a lecturer in media theory and the managing co-director of a non-profit institute for generative research and regenerative design. I will have some questions. Your fun fact was that you actually graduated in comparative literature. Can you add something to that?
It's not funny, okay? But the idea was that I'm in so many tech policy, tech design panels that I somehow feel like this, not like a fraud, but more like an alien, you know, because I'm a humanities person.
and I'm involved in these tech design conversations, and it's been amazing. I love it, okay? So go places where you think you don't belong. I can highly recommend it.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. So I did send some questions to my panelists beforehand, which in retrospect, yesterday evening, reading through them, I thought, really, was this really what I thought last week? But there are a few that I would like to ask you, and also some that I took out of your biographies when you sent that to me. So Ulrike, can you tell us something about the difference between using and creating and how it enhances skills? Yeah, I know. So can you talk to us about using and creating and how that both helps children and young people?
Well, I think that using technology is sort of, well, you are sometimes a bit passive when you use technology, but by using technology, you can also observe, for example, how I do that with film, for example. So we can observe how are films made, what can we observe about perspectives and lights and music. So to use observational skills first for critical thinking and sort of not read a book that tells us how film is made, but to observe ourselves and think about it. But then also to set what we found out into action, so make our own film. And by that also the students need to decide which light, which sound, where do we stand, what's the focus of the camera. And by that they can also develop their own self, their own voice. And especially in the upper school, they can then at some point choose which medium is the one that's expressing their own idea of the world the best. And so this can be done with lots of different things, like TED Talks or podcasts or, yeah. That efficient?
It's not an exam. Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Okay, then Sunke. Then I would go on with this a bit to elaborate on this also, because you also work with creativity and arts, also this new project that you're involved in. And how do you see this relation of digital media and technology in general?
How much time do I have? Okay.
Not enough for a lecture, but we will keep you to that.
No, but maybe we can do an exercise instead. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
All right. How many of you have actually read the Draghi report? Wow, I didn't see this coming. Okay. For the rest of you, let's do a 15-second summary. Okay, so this is about Europe, so you have to rise. Okay. Please. All right. If your phone was made in Europe, remain standing. All right, all right. Okay. Second part of the report, rise. Okay. If the majority of the software running on your phone was created in Europe, please remain standing. All right. That's the essence of the Draghi report. And this wouldn't be a problem if since January we didn't have the orange guy sit at the kill switch. This is a problem. And so, and I'll wrap this up now. To think about technology, and I got this from Paula, I'm tempted to even say, let's not talk about literacy, but numeracy. Let's not start with tech, but the way we talk about tech. And so I'm going to ask you to at least not mention ChatGPT for 1 week, okay? If you want to play with an AI tool, download Le Chat from a French startup and start taking some confidence that Europe has still some, innovative creativity in it. And And the other is to think about learning in these 3 layers. That's the last thing I'm going to say. It's from this other project. Peter and I are the same thing. It's a cybernetics term, triple loop learning. The first loop is you. The second loop is the organization. And the third loop is the ecosystem. And I think we often forget about the ecosystem part, but it's important because that's where essentially the scope of our agency is determined. And this cannot just be about individual skills. Or to end with the Sorcerer's Apprentice, right now we're building schools with Chinese brooms, American spells, and we're teaching people to be careful with this. And the school we're building is built on somebody else's property, and we don't even know who the landowner is. Okay, that's the situation we're in right now. And I don't think that's a good imaginary or narrative for self-determined digital education. So that's how I think about it.
Thank you. Now I have a question for Igor. I made a note of asking you this if you wouldn't say it yourself, so thank you. Okay, Igor, when I also wrote what you, when I read what you wrote to me, there was this little part when you wrote that digital tools offer great opportunities. And you mentioned some things on how they should be, could be embedded into education. And could you elaborate on that, please?
My idea of when I wrote this, it was that the teacher should decide when he has a pedagogical problem, which tools he or she should use to enhance how to understand the problem that it teaches or she teaches. And the problem now, at least in Slovenia, we have from our side on ministry level or on university level, we say digital is all around us, we should teach them. But the teachers are not always equipped because with the knowledge or also attitudes how to teach with technology. So they use it more or less brute force, you know. And now we are going even further with, I won't say chat, but AI. And we are facing teachers with questions what to do. And the problem here, where I see it, is that it should not be the technology that is the focus or the aim, but the pedagogy. And when we focus like this, then the technology is only the tool when we need it. So only when we need it. And I think that in Slovenia, we are trying to do this now to make a focus not on the technology, but more on the pedagogical aspects of the teaching.
Thank you so much. And Peter, I will ask you something in a moment, but I would like, if it's possible, Ulrike, could you reflect on this a bit when you do your learning journeys for teachers? You are a teacher's teacher. So what is your reflection on this? How do you think about technology and pedagogy in relationship to each other?
Well, I very much agree to what we just heard, that I think this aspect of AI, often pupils say, well, if you grade my essay that I wrote at home, then I use ChatGPT or some AI to get a better mark. So if learning in the upper school is all about producing outcome that is marked, if that is our main focus as teachers, then we create a problem. So I think this question of pedagogy, how do I engage with young people? How do I take young people into the world? How do I create spaces where they can try out their own creativity without always focusing on the outcome? So this is also a question of assessment. How do I find ways of opening safe spaces where we as teachers are not interested in fulfilling some aims that somebody else set, but that we are really interested in giving the young people a space to develop their own potential, then I think this is a very important aspect. I think teachers still need to learn a little bit about technology because at least all the older teachers, for most of us, it's a bit scary. So, and that sometimes lead to closing our eyes. So that teachers need to learn about technology, but they mostly need to learn about pedagogy. And maybe also really finding alternative ways of creating spaces for youth to feel free of this pressure of achievement and of fulfilling standards. And so this is actually a pedagogical revolution that's called for, I think. And in these online journeys, I think it's the same to also invite teachers to understand what they are doing. It's not giving out recipes, do this, but to say, do you understand your teaching? Do you understand what you're doing with the pupils? And so also to give an example in adult education, how transformative learning works, so that this can also be brought to school.
Thank you. And Peter, this is one of those questions that I did share beforehand, but you are from an organization that's called All Digital, which is sometimes some people find it a bit confronting. But what is your idea? How could analog and digital media and methods and tools could be employed in the classroom to strengthen each other?
Yeah, I'm from All Digital, which sounds like we are all digital, but we are not yet, or we may not be or should not be. I don't know. Analog and digital, I think they must be very, very, very complementary, depending on learning objectives, and we always have to evaluate how technology can support the traditional learning methods. I think we must only choose digital technology when it's really engaging and empowering the students. And reflecting to what you said, the training of educators is absolutely important. Because we are not ready to use technology in and for education. I don't know if you allow me, I would a little bit go further from your question and reflect on what Marta Markowska said about the 44% of those who don't have basic digital skills, including the very young ones. And it's surprising, no, because we think that they are digitally native. But what do we mean in digital competencies? And, you know, I'm paper-based. I'm not really using tablets. But okay, so when we talk about digital competencies, we refer to the digital competence framework, which defines, as a European framework, defines those competence areas and competencies that someone should have. And I have two recently graduated children. I was wondering whether, are they in the 44% or they are like in the 56? Am I in the 44% or am I in the 56? And if I look at the competence areas, I understand why we are still basic. Because, okay, there is information and data literacy. We can browse the internet, we can search for data, we can perhaps identify our data needs, but do we trust? Do we check where the data is coming from? I mean, are we just accepting the data which we get? Communication and collaboration, of course, I think we all do that. But managing someone's or digital identity, reputation is probably the field where also the young ones are missing. Digital content creation. I think they are not very strong in that. They are more consumers than producers. Coding, programming, presentations, they can do some. I think they are not basic, not even yet basic in digital content creation. Safety and security, I think that's the big problem. Cybersecurity, cyberbullying, safer internet, well-being, understanding the effects of time spending on the screen, misinformation, disinformation. I think it's affecting the whole society, from the young to the old ones. And yeah, I mean, so I understand why we are still basic. And sorry if I just a little bit.
You
So
didn't.
now
Thank
from your
you.
question.
Thank you, because this led me also to formulate my next question to Nia. I read a very interesting fact in The Guardian, and it was about that in England, they are asking now for less safe playgrounds so that children know what risks are, and they can kind of, they are faced from a young age with not everything is a kind of smooth sailing, and sometimes there are struggles and sometimes there is some hurt. If you hear this, how would this relate to what we talk always about, this online safety and cyberbullying? I mean, there are softwares. Is that the solution, or can we also have other solutions?
Yeah, I think it resonates very well with Jonathan Haidt's thesis in his discussed book, The Anxious Generation, about a crossing of overprotection in the physical analog world and an underprotection in the digital environment. And perhaps we have to try and reverse that so we get more digital child rights focused safe places in the online environment. We really, really have a job here. The internet, the digital environment was not designed with the best interest of the child in mind. And then at the same time, and perhaps more in the US, but I think a lot of places, we've been overprotecting children. Why do we believe, in Denmark, we do very much believe that children from a young age should have a smartphone? Why? Well, the argument we hear is that then we can contact our children, then we know they're okay. This sort of, long distance control in a way. We also hear now from Danish parents that they really don't want to do that. I'm speaking from a Danish Nordic perspective now. They don't want to use parental monitoring tools. They want their children to be safe, to bike around, to walk around. If they get hit by a car, probably there's an adult that will help them, right? And also they don't want to use surveillance monitoring in Snapchat, the Snap Map, etc. So it resonates very well, and I think it's interesting, and I think we need to upgrade in one domain and downgrade in another on safety. So, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I'm looking at my timekeeper. How are we doing? Okay. That's what I wanted to ask, because I still have 100 questions to these 5 people, but you might have 200 around here in the room. So please, do we have people to bring around the 2 microphones? Thank you. Okay, so I would now invite you, the audience, to ask questions, and if it's kind of something that you think more than one person could answer, then I would leave it up to you who would want to answer first and how we go about that. So please ask. Okay, Pia, then you get the microphone from Kim.
Hey, I'm Pia from Finland, and I would like to ask that it seems like we have a pandemic of addiction for all these tablets going on in my country. And what can we do with that pandemic? How can we save our children, save their brains, which have probably in an early stage, they have already adapted and changed in order that they sort of respond to this how to say, addiction for these digital media.
Which of you would like to? You can also both react. And yeah.
I think one thing we have to accept is that we as adults have to become active here. On a parents' evening, I had a father who said, in our company, we are developing games and we engage really skillful psychologists to make sure these games make users addicted. So I think here grown-ups are asked to create safe spaces in which children can also learn to interact with each other. So going on a class trip without cell phones. Or I know that this is not all the solution, but it gives a certain experience of there is a possibility of interacting. And I think it's unfair to leave that to the young people to manage themselves.
I agree to that. And also perhaps at a policy level, at a systemic level, put more demands. Obviously, we know that, but on these big tech companies that profit from design features that make us come back and react. I listened to a talk from a UX designer from Fortnite talking about how the algorithm was geared when you have like an ice pick and you are using it in the game. And it's developed in a way so that you have to struggle, but not that much because then you will leave the game. It is so far from the physical analog. And I am insisting on still making that divide where sometimes, the algorithm doesn't take you to the next level just because things get hard and tough, right? So there's something about design, social media, generative AI, they are a result of design choices, and we have to regulate that politically.
Okay, Peter?
Very shortly, yesterday I spoke with my my sister's husband, brother-in-law, yeah, who's a Waldorf educator. And he was telling me that they made an agreement in the first grade with parents, with the involvement of children, with the support of scholars and experts, to understand the use of smartphones in those early ages. And the agreement was that until the age of 13 or 14, they do not have smartphones, only analog phones if it's needed. And the internet use is also controlled or monitored by parents. What I like in this, that is based on agreement and understanding among parents, students, and teachers. It's not coming from the government. It's a kind of bottom-up approach, understanding and agreement.
Thank you. Shall I open it for another question, or would you like to answer this one still?
I will just follow up on this. So on the policy level, we have like a challenge that when we completely ban everything, then we have to also enforce it. And then we have like a large administration again to see whether it happens in the schools or not. So I like the idea that we heard, like parent-school agreements. And I just thought earlier, we have to like have top-down, bottom-up, middle-out. So this is, I think, the approach that we have to find. So we have to have some like rules or laws that govern everything, but still we have to have the commitment of parents and schools. And these parents, I think that this is the elephant in the room, because kids don't, I'm also parents. So schools are not the main problem of addiction and overtime, screen overtime in general. Schools are, at least in my country, more or less safe place for them, for the kids. And but getting parents on board is really, really hard. And to listen, they listen in first grade or the third grade, but in sixth grade, they just stand up and go out because we know everything. Yeah.
I think, yes. Okay. Oh gosh, I didn't look who was the first or whatever. Anyone of my helpers? Okay, then I pick Christina there.
Okay. During the last maybe 20 years, our language with parents or as a parent often is coming from psychology, I think. We explain how to be parents with these terms of how are you feeling, how are you, all this well-being issues are very much in the consciousness of parents. And they are worried, of course, and some of you mentioned this also in the analog world, but also in the digital world. And I think there's sometimes a fatigue when we work with parents and on the work in the schools and in the kindergartens, and we need to find tools that comes from a different world. Maybe the pedagogical world. So I would like to ask the panel, how do you look at this with the language of how to understand your children, your own children as a parent?
As a parent, I can really only speak as another parent. I mean, earlier we had the example of helicopter parents, and you know what kids do is they hide, you know, if there's a helicopter parent hovering over them. But this idea is that I think we spend a lot of time discussing the relationships kids have to specific tools and objects, and not enough time about what sort of feeds into the resilience of a particular situation. So for instance, I was going to say, just, you know, lower the taxes on alcohol and build more saunas, and then Finland is saved, you know, but I'm just not a serious solution. But to say if our real concern is not so much addiction or kids moving in the wrong direction, but their resilience, then what are the sources of this resilience? And how can we multiply the situations in which they feel a sense of sovereign agency, self-empowerment, etc., that can then compensate possibly screen overtime? Because I discovered, for instance, I'm not a gamer, but I had to become one. And the amount of respect and cooperation and mutual support in gaming communities blows a whole bunch of Montessori formats out of the water. I'm serious about this. So the assumption that time spent with tech is time lost for emotional and cognitive development, I think is an assumption we may have to revisit. And then think about where we want this to take place. Because there are other issues coming into play. Class would be one of them. This is a big thing with my kids, is that they had everything because I'm a teacher and I have everything. And a lot of their classmates didn't. So we had a PlayStation, they didn't. We had an Xbox, they didn't. We knew our way around Steam, you know, open source, independent, they didn't. And so how do you address this? Other than ending capitalism, which has been on the agenda for quite some time. So HERMMES is not going to do it. But how do you create collective experiences that build this kind of resilience? Because if we can do this through sanctions, then we can only do this, I think, by multiplying the social context in which this kind of cohesion is built. And then we have to worry a lot less about how much time they spend with their phones.
Thank you. I would invite other questions then, because we really have a little. Yes, please. I don't know you.
Hi, my name is Xavier Bento, and I look at this topic and all the challenges related to it a bit more from a healthcare and well-being perspective. So I was just wondering what the panelists' thoughts were on the one hand, what do we think is at stake in terms of how and when or not to use the digital technology tools that we have, digital devices, thinking of time spent on screens, for instance. And on the other hand, what are their thoughts in terms of, therefore, should we take measures that, for instance, prohibit the usage of these technologies for certain age groups, 3 to 5, 6 to 8, whatever, or is that lacking nuance and is the issue more complex than that? Thank you.
This time you start. Yeah. Okay, this time I start. So thank you for the question. And this is, a research area that is finally, gaining more traction. It's really important. I think we should stand on a precautionary principle on this. I think it has to stand on like two legs. The one being creating a safer, more age-appropriate, generally speaking, digital environment. That is a really big thing. That is what we discussed also. That is one thing. Putting hardcore regulation on the companies and their product design, because this is not magic, it is product design. And two, fostering healthy alternatives, as we discussed, at an ecosystem level. And then two, until we are there, and I do hope we get there, because in many ways, seen from my perspective, the digital environment for children comes with a lot of good, but in many ways it's also a disaster. And as long as we are not there more, I think definitely it's about postponing. But I do speak from a country that has the highest penetration of smartphones and tablets at the earliest time in all of Europe. And I know that is my perspective, and I recognize it can be seen different from other countries, other contexts. But seen from that perspective, and some of the research indications on topics like health and physical exercise and how much you see your friends in the physical analog world, etc., I would say standard precautionary principle, and that would mean also reducing screen time. Because when we see what that time implies, it's not working in Excel, it's being on, 5 different channels at the same time, owned and controlled by big tech.
I'd like to add one aspect from the HERMMES curriculum, that this idea that the competences you need to safely navigate the digital world can be learned already in an analog way. So there's a whole range of things that you can learn and develop these competences. So if you look at the curriculum grid, you will see for the first 12 years, you can develop competences in all the different fields in analog ways that prepares you very well to later then critical thinking, content creation. You can do wonderful presentations first analog, and having an idea of perspective and proportions and colors then can also be used later digitally. So I think this is often parents are, or maybe still, but maybe not, afraid that the competences are not developed, so that they have to start early. That's often an argument. But when you see you can learn a lot of things beforehand without any digital devices, then this also makes the entering the digital world a lot safer. And that leaves more space for interhuman relations and movement and all these aspects that are left out. But I wanted to add one thing about this, these aspects of gaming. If we take that into the classroom to make lessons manageable, understandable, and meaningful for pupils, so this design of gaming, if we take that more into our teaching, that all the pupils have the feeling they can take the next step, they are rewarded, they are in a community, that might also help to build resilience.
Just very shortly, it's so wonderful. It's true. Yesterday, inspired by the HERMMES curriculum, I was looking at the digital competence framework, and I understood this is actually an analog framework. It's not even fully digital. I mean, if I just delete the words digital, it's all about life competences. Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you. One. Okay. I have time for one more question, and please don't feel left out if you are not that person, because then yes, okay. Yeah. You? Okay. Because then please ask us and our panelists in the break.
My name's Nick from Ireland, and Hermes is coming down a Rudolf Steiner route. So I was reflecting on the words resilience and maturity within Hermes. And maybe I was intrigued then when Sönke was speaking as a theorist. In a way, these words, resilience and maturity, are fashionable words, or they could be seen as policymaker words. And Rudolf Steiner, maybe, upon myself, I looked for other words, and I chose maybe from the earlier discussions, the words understanding for resilience and self-agency for maturity. And I maybe the question is around whether that resonates with what you were saying, Sönke, around where does the resilience come from? And also maybe you were saying something about acting locally. So not when you spoke about where everything comes from. So acting locally as opposed to being globalized. So resilience and maturity are outcome words. They're words of a globalized world. Thank you.
There's the short answer is it does resonate. Here's why. One observation that we made in the kind of media theory conversation is that we've seen a shift from the vocabulary around the global as a kind of economic managerial understanding of how we relate to the world to the planetary. You know, as an ethics category, there's no planet B, is what our kids have on their, Friday for Future posters. But also because there's a biological sense now, or from biological research, that the Earth really is a system that can, to some extent, repair itself. So it's not a fuzzy, just a Steiner kind of thing, you know. It's it's a scientific fact that there is a planetary intelligence, and it doesn't really make sense to compare everything that's out there, whether it's a tree or a smart machine, with a very reductive understanding of human agency and intelligence. And so I think that one of the best things we can do to respond to this explosion of intelligent systems is to come back to the question of what agency actually is for us. And one of the conversations we've taken up in this Future Skills project was on agential learning. And in some sense, and this has included some modest criticism of the Commission, which is fascinated with the idea of the skills gap, that learning is about closing skills gaps. And personally, I find that highly problematic because it puts us on a negative footing. As I start with a deficit. And so in this project, we replaced the term skills gap with the term future agency. And you can do this with kids. You can ask them, what would you like to be able to do tomorrow? And then you chart a learning path, ideally across a whole bunch of sites of learning outside your school to get there. And so I think the agency question is one of the most important questions we can ask, not only from an empowerment perspective, but because then we don't understand, if we don't do this, we don't understand the many ecosystemic constraints that are on our agency right now. And I found that to be one of the most useful approaches to think about everything technologically, politically, geopolitically, to come back to this agency question. So thanks for that.
Thank you. And then a last comment I would ask from Igor, because Igor is a researcher and a parent, and I don't know, he has all the little dots, but also as a policymaker at a ministry, these terms and what they cover, how would you react to this comment and question?
I think that they are quite okay, actually, that we have, like, I would say at the moment, a lot of different words like digital transformation and everything. And we are, I'd say, in chaotic time in the sense of also the wording and everything. But these groups and projects like this, I think that are showing us the way forward and how to, I wouldn't say fix the words, but also in this time show us what can be done also on the policy level in the sense of what to do with digital. So I'm looking forward to next panelists. I think that is about policy, so I would like to hear them.
So thank you, my wonderful panelists. Thank you for this conversation, and let's continue here and also after this conference. And now I would like to call Peter to the front here. We will stay here. Can we do it from here or should we step down? Okay, for our next Energizer.
So you don't only have to go places where you don't belong, but you also have to do something that's out of your comfort zone. So it's out of my comfort zone, but maybe also out of your comfort zone. We are going to sing a song together. You probably, it's the first time in a conference where you have to sing a song. Please take the sheet of paper that's in your folder, where it's written, de bezem. No, I need backing vocals. Oh. Yeah.
Sheet of paper.
No. Okay, go. Yeah. Yeah. Why are we going to sing? Singing is all about connecting. You can connect online. You can connect by a handshake, by chatting with someone, but you can also connect with someone by singing. And singing is also all about media. You're decrypting, you're composing, you're... Let's sing? All right, let's sing. Yes, there's a little translation, but it's about a brew. It's very easy. De bezem, wat doe je ermee? Wat doe je ermee? Je veegt ermee, je veegt ermee de vloer. De vloer. Yes? Yes, it's in Flemish. Yes. De bezem, wat doe je ermee? Wat doe je ermee? Je veegt ermee, je veegt ermee de vloer, de vloer. It's very easy. De bezem, wat doe je ermee? Wat doe je ermee? Je veegt ermee, je veegt ermee de vloer, de vloer. One more time. De bezem, wat doe je ermee? Wat doe je ermee? Je veegt ermee, je veegt ermee de vloer. Oké. This side. De bezem, wat doe je ermee? Wat doe je ermee? Je veegt ermee, je veegt ermee de vloer. All right. This side. De bezem, wat doe je ermee? Wat doe je ermee? Je veegt ermee, je veegt ermee de vloer, de vloer. And now very quiet. De bezem, wat doe je ermee? Wat doe je ermee? Je veegt ermee, je veegt ermee de vloer, de vloer. And then you can go, de vloer. Right. We can also do this by asking and answering. So, de bezem. Wat doe je ermee? Wat doe je ermee? All right? De bezem. Wat doe je ermee? Wat doe je ermee? Je veegt ermee, je veegt ermee de vloer, de vloer. And now a bit more enthusiastic all together. De bezem, wat doe je ermee? Wat doe je ermee? Je veegt ermee, je veegt ermee de vloer, de vloer. And now maybe male, female? Male first? De bezem, wat doe je ermee? Wat doe je ermee? Je veegt ermee, je veegt ermee de vloer, de vloer. Female? De bezem, wat doe je ermee? Wat doe je ermee? Je veegt ermee, je veegt ermee de vloer, de vloer. And the nice thing about this song, you can also sing it backwards. So it's like this. De vloer, de vloer. And then I have to look. Je veegt ermee, je veegt ermee. Wat doe je ermee? Wat doe je ermee? De bezem, de bezem. So all together. De vloer, de vloer. Je veegt ermee, je veegt ermee. Wat doe je ermee? Wat doe je ermee? De bezem, de bezem. You can also sing this in canon. So I have a first group here, second group there, third group, fourth group. So you start where the numbers are written. So you go first. We sing it twice. So everybody sing it just twice, and then you stop. All right? First group, de bezem, 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 de bezem. Wow, great. And the lovely thing about this song, if you give this to pupils, you can make different combinations. Instead of the bezem, you can, for instance, say, your smartphone, your smartphone. What do you do with it? What do you do with it? You phone with it, or something else. To your friends, And then you can make other combinations, like the bezem, what do you do with it? You call with it to someone. So you can make different combinations. And pupils love to do this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter, for this inspiring exercise. We now at least all know some Flemish, yes, and how to sweep our floors, which is important. The next panel on digital transformation of education and how to build digital competences will be moderated by one of our HERMMES co-workers. You already met her, but important to say is that she's also the person within XWay, the European Council for Steiner Waldorf Education, responsible for advocacy work and PR, Dora Simonovic.
So I would like to first invite here with me Leonie Butnik from the Digital Education Unit of the European Commission, who has joined us for this panel. Welcome, Leonie. Yes, you can take any seat you like. The next person I would like to invite, we have heard from him already from the Council of Europe, Ahmed Murad Kilic. I would also like to invite a person who came from Ireland and is attending 2 conferences today. Very involved speaker, also a member of the Delta Working Group of the European Commission, who just entered the room, Michael Halsey. I am also very happy that beside the European level representation, we also have people here from the national level. And one of them who I would like to invite is Jan de Kramer. He is in the Flemish Ministry of Education, but he also is the chair of the board of European SchoolNet. And it's a big panel. We also have the person who works in the Slovakian Ministry of Education. But I know him from moderating one squad in the European Digital Education Hub that me and some people here in the room have been a part of for the last year. So please welcome Michal Rybar. Last but not least, he is someone you already saw between the HERMMES partners, a professor at the university in Stuttgart, and he also is recently a member of an expert group of the European Commission on High Quality Informatics. Welcome, Robert Neumann. Thank you all for being here. If you want to say a little bit more about yourselves, you are free to do so before you first speak something. But I think all of you are people who really want to talk about this topic, so we can also just dive in straight away. We just had a very interesting panel discussion just before, and I think we can very naturally continue this conversation. So the first question I wanted to bring in, and it perfectly comes in, is what does digital transformation actually mean to you? When we talk about this, but what does that mean to you? And how do you think, why are we in it? It's a very big question, but I think we should start from there. Please take the floor. Who is the brave one?
Maybe I can start. National perspective. So I'm from Flanders, from Belgium. The way I see digital transformation is I frame this very much from the competence, the digital competences of pupils and young children. To me, this is very basic to what education is about. Why do we educate young people? To help them prepare for the society, for a complex society, to prepare them for workforce, but also for their personal development. So I think in all three of these elements, digital competences are really necessary. The way we do it is to help schools with the preconditions for useful ICT in education. And for us, that is providing schools with the means to buy infrastructure, to provide professional development for teachers, to provide access to digital learning resources, and to help them developing an ICT policy at school level. That's the four elements that we have our projects on in the ministry. And the way it's been done, the actual didactic pedagogical, that we leave to the schools. So the decision on when to start or what tools to use, that's actually something that we as a ministry do not tackle. We just try to provide the schools with the right preconditions.
Hi, thank you. So my name is Leonie. I work in the digital education unit in the European Commission. So I will follow up on Jan because it resonates a bit with what we're doing and thinking on the EU level in terms of the Commission, where we see digital transformation of education and training, let's say. We tackle it from what we call a whole government perspective, which is a big word that I will break down later, as well as we talk about enabling factors. So the way we approach it is that we don't see, basically the key words are purposeful and meaningful use of digital technologies. And for that to happen, there is a whole ecosystem around schools that need to be in check for that to be realized. And that ecosystem or the enabling factors are a bit like what Jan was saying, infrastructure, making sure there is a quality, inclusive teaching materials, making sure that teachers have the competences and support to be able to use the technologies in a meaningful way and in a pedagogically underbuilt way, as well as a sort of more systemic strategy of how digital competences should be taught on which level, which is something that the Commission is, providing guidance around. So I just wanted to comment because it was a bit similar to what Jan was saying.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Michael Halsey. I'm based in Ireland, but as Dora said, I do a lot of work with the European Commission with the Delta Working Group, which Jan and Michael are members of. But I also work with the Irish Department of Education, and I have done on digital strategies going back to 1997. So I just want to give you a different perspective, maybe. Somebody spoke earlier about language. I think we have a real problem with language here in the whole area. We in Ireland speak a version of English. It's called Hiberno English, okay? But all of these terms are English words, okay? So digital transformation is a business word, and it means landscape has undergone a radical transformation. Okay, so I don't really like the word transformation. And if you look at other words, I prefer reimagine. In the US, they talk about redesign. And what I think, you know, and I'm very much involved with the DEAP, and, you know, maybe I'm being a bit semantic here, but what we really need to be thinking about, somebody mentioned it in the last comment session, is what is the purpose of education? What do we need to change and why? And I think we need to be very clear on that. And Jan has touched on a few of those. But we have real choices to change or to reimagine in terms of the spaces. We no longer have to do everything in a physical space. We have new technologies, we have new ways of certification, micro-credentials, et cetera, and we have new assessment. So I think we need a real balance here in terms of what we're changing, why we're changing, and we need to involve everybody.
Hey, thank you very much. And maybe I'll continue and I will add one more thought. So for me, digital transformation is also the change of thinking. So it's not only about infrastructure, professional training, but also the way we look at education. And it's been mentioned here today already. So it means also thinking about ethics, thinking about how to involve parents into our decision making, how to get them more involved into education. And we see that it must be a whole school approach, it must be a whole government approach. So we really need to rethink about how we see education and what we really want to achieve. So using technology in education shouldn't be just about using technology. We should use it to enhance learning goals. We should use it to help our students and prepare them better for what's coming for them. So for me, digital transformation is a big step in changing the way we work in education. We see education as a system.
Yeah, I can directly relate to this. I mean, the world has always been changing. The world is changing. And I think it's very important not to confuse the goal and the means or the path to this. And I see very often that the goal is, of course, very important. We want to have grown-up children who are able to find their way in this modern world. But the question is it really the way of introducing digital technology in first grade? So I think it's always very important to keep this separate. I remember, like, it's already 10, 15 years ago when there was this big discussion in Germany about digitizing schools. There were many discussions on online magazines, and it was very interesting to see. There were all people saying, yeah, we have to do this very early in school, very early. And there was one group of people who was kind of really relaxed and said, come on, guys, relax. I'm working as coding. I'm an informatic guy. I'm making a lot of money with informatics. And I learned how to code when I was 20. I got my first computer with 25 or so. Of course, that's not the case anymore, but it's very important to have these two things separate, I think.
If I may, I think it was two years ago or a little bit more before that, the United Nations organized this famous summit, Transforming Education Summit. I think Igor referred to the confusion of all this terminological discussions. And thanks, Michael, mentioning about not liking the word transformation. What I'm trying to say that maybe it's not the right choice to start from the digital, but just rethinking education, the purpose of education, and what we want to achieve through education, and now not necessarily thinking of 20 years from now on, but what we can do today, and then thinking technology or digital technology as a means to achieve those goals. And it is just one of the aspects of transforming education. I think Yuan put it very rightly. And if you ask me in my personal opinion on this, I think we need to also change our personal thinking. Maybe it's not the right analogy, but changing from analog thinking to digital thinking, because using a PDF in a classroom on a smartboard doesn't sound like a digital transformation in education. It's just, especially with this chats, okay, le chat, what did you say, the French one, or Mistral, let's refer to the European ones, it's just technology, but then, you know, you need to adopt your teaching methods and you need to adopt the learning environments. We learned from COVID that it is possible also not to, you know, squeeze the education in the school borders, but benefiting from those opportunities to make education still, or to sustain and maintain education. It is still possible. What I'm trying to say that we need to rethink everything in education, the role of school, the role of teacher, the role of learners, and then, you know, the role of policymakers, which has the most important role in the sense that they need to make the correct calculation of thinking so that others can adopt and then contribute to the policy development and practice development.
Thank you. To continue this conversation, I think, well, I would just put it out there, but that we all agree we are working towards accomplishing education that brings digitally competent adults at the end of their school career. This is at least what we want in HERMMES. This is our goal. So, and naturally, that's not all that education is about, but if we can stay on that topic and observe what are those competences, what are digital competences that we want to foster in education, and in doing so, what are the things we have to keep in mind? We've heard references to DigComp saying, well, it actually involves a lot of things that are not necessarily digitally acquired, but they are skills that you, or competences that you do need to be digitally competent. I would also ask you this this segment of age. Does that matter? Does does anything else about the learner or about the setting matter when it comes to deciding what to do and how to get to the students at the end of their school career being the digitally competent at the level that we want them to? So what matters there and how do we do that?
Yeah, maybe. Is it okay? Yeah, okay. Yeah, DigComp was mentioned here before. I think you also used DigComp in HERMMES in the curriculum. Yeah, I think we have a kind of standard there already. The strength for me of DigComp is exactly that it is a kind of open format that the European Commission did not say take it or leave it, but you can take it and you can actually do with it what you want. You have used it for your curriculum work here. We have used it for a national curriculum. So there's already quite a lot out there. For us, we have translated it into ICT competences, media literacy, and computational thinking. So actually, we think that computational thinking and knowing what an algorithm is important to learn to pupils. Because if they know what an algorithm is, they can also know how it impacts their work on social media or what they do on social media, that kind of things. Yeah, so that's the three elements that we take into account in our curriculum, what we think is important. And yeah, so that's based on this overall European framework that we all can use. So, yeah.
Thank you. I don't have to promote my own stuff. That's great. So maybe just to add, of course, from a European perspective, we adopted to what we call Council recommendations 2023 already. And we call them the Digital Education and Skills Package. And the interesting part of these recommendations is this is actual language agreed with all member states on a sort of common vision on the provision of digital competences in education and training, as well as the enabling factors I was referring to just now. So what are the factors that we need to actually effectively and inclusively change education, maybe not transform, but sort of change education, rethink education to be ready for the digital age. But what's really on the point of digital competences, what really came out of that, so before we did these council recommendations, we basically spoke to every member state. This was called a structured dialogue. It took us a year. We sat down with all 27, so representatives of the ministries, but also stakeholders were invited, countries were invited to invite whoever was relevant for the conversation. And this was an enormously interesting process for us. And it showed a lot of gaps, but also opportunities. It came also in the wake of COVID. So you can imagine it was very high on the agenda for many countries. And one of the key things we saw is the fragmentation. So from EU level, the fragmentation on how digital skills are provided or taught in the classroom on which level. So it's very inconsistent at the moment. It's not very systemic. So from the EU point of view, one of the things that are in these council recommendations agreed with all member states is that we should rethink that on national level, or we encourage the national level to really think at which level do we, teach which digital skills, and really take this from a lifelong learning perspective, going all the way from early education to adult, to reskilling and upskilling. What is also in there is, it's of course acknowledging that there are different ways of teaching digital skills at those different levels. We're also not saying it has to be done, we're not saying put iPads in front of all children in early education, to put it bluntly. It's, for example, also promoting unplugged activities, computational thinking, and it gives some advice on what should be tackled. But this came strongly from talking to the member states that this is an issue actually at the moment on national level.
Well, I recently talked with colleagues, and we were just thinking about how much time would we need to teach all this, these competences in this changing world. And it was like, okay, if we have fake news, if we have like computational thinking, if we have understanding how a computer works as well, but they should be able to write something or to do a presentation. We ended up like, wow, this would be just one school year just of these things. And this is just not possible to teach all this in the normal school curriculum. So I think the question is really can we break down this to kind of understanding of the principles, like Jan just said, with the computational thinking. For example, when I do with students, like working with the Arduino, which is a small circuit board, and you can make like a traffic light. And then they understand, there's always a counter that's counting so and so many minutes or seconds, and if somebody pushes the button, then it's kind of changing its path. And and when it works out, students came to me next day or so and say, Mr. Neumann, now at every traffic light I'm looking for the gray box where the machine is in. So I was really happy because this changed their relationship to this surrounding world. And of course, then hopefully they understand that this principle is always there, whether it's a traffic light or a ticket selling machine. So I think it's we have to kind of try to pick out these kind of basic skills and basic understanding so that they feel that they are in a world where they have this feeling, I can understand this.
Okay, I'm afraid we are risking or missing some important point. Okay, digital competences and skills are really important, but for us, I think I can say that this is the view of the Council of Europe. For a digital transformation, first it should be guided by human rights. It should be human rights based. And also it should aim, it has many faults, like digital transformation of the system, education system. This is the systemic change. And then the digital preparing people for this transformation. And the preparation is twofold. One is obviously the digital skills or competences, but we should also push for, that's why we promote digital citizenship education that combines this technical or digital skills with other competences that are being more essential even in the work market or labor market, that companies are looking after such, you would call soft competences, rather than like coding. Okay, it is necessary. It's a prerequisite for the job. But then on top of that, what are the assets they are looking for are those competences. So let's be careful. And then I think it was the starting point of your project, that this media maturity. Maturity means it's not just, you know, having the necessarily the skills only, but kind of, you know, building your capacity to make meaning of the media you are receiving, you are confronted, etc. That's why let's not miss this point, huh? And then be careful when there's a big push coming from different sectors, including private sector, for this competence, skills, and then the, you know, STEM education. But we should not forget that one of the purposes of education is preparing people for life, not just for labor force. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I would echo all of that. I mean, I think, you know, sometimes we can be very critical of ourselves, but at a European level, we're very lucky. We actually have frameworks, as Jan and Leonie have said. And actually those frameworks, you know, starting with DigComp and DigComp Edu and DigComp.org are really good. And they're really good because I see it at the Delta working group level, is when countries and member states are together, they have a common language. You know, I said at the beginning, language. You know, they understand, they know what they're doing, and as Jan has said, it can be localized, and many European countries have done really good work, and we have tools. One of the issues, I'm not saying that I'm, you know, I don't have an answer on this, but one of the issues that is coming out on the competency side, particularly at the ministries level, is assessing, measuring. This verb, measure, okay? I see heads are going. Yeah, I have a background in assessment, so don't get me started. But so it's that we can measure objectively what is a digital competence, etc. So that's one issue. Many of the tools we have at the moment are self-reflective tools like Selfie, etc., and they are really good, and they can really generate really good discussions. The other piece is, and you've touched on it, is where in the school curriculum, or in the, you know, because teachers are busy, schools are busy people, it's the curriculum is what they interpret. Where in the curriculum are digital competencies? So if the digital competencies aren't embedded in the curriculum in a progressive way, and I know this is what your project was doing, that this is a problem, because if I'm teaching first junior 4-year-olds, which I did once upon a time, and then my colleague takes them and when they're in 5-year-olds, and he or she does the same things I did, then the kids are bored and we're not progressing. So there's progression, and there's these other issues around measurement. And it's not measurement for bad things, but it's really to help for particularly on the teacher professional development side, where we can target it more strategically.
Maybe I will follow up on some of the points mentioned here as well with example from Slovakia, so country specific. So one of the things we're proud of is that in 2007 we introduced informatics education as a compulsory subject. So since then we've got 6 years of compulsory education. So teaching algorithmic thinking, understanding how computers work, kids need to learn how to code. But when measured, does it really show on the digital skills measurement? Not really. What was missing was this holistic approach to digital skills. What we actually missed. So it wasn't really appropriate what we were doing, and it means that we really need to get better, because it's not just the task of informatics teachers. That was very common in our schools. Like, okay, it starts with digital. It's the role of informatics teachers. So push it there. Don't involve it in other subjects, because we've got informatics and everything's solved. It's perfect. Not really, and that's why I'm happy also about 2025 being the year of digital citizenship education. It means that all the dots should start connecting. So we really need to focus on integrating digital into our teaching and learning, but not in the sense that we should push devices into schools, but really need to talk about what it's to be being a digital citizen, what it's to have digital skills, and especially how to use them properly and appropriately.
Thank you. Before we open the floor, I have one question that might be mingling in people's heads as well, because in this room we have a lot of practitioners or parents, and here we have mostly policymakers sitting with us. And my question is, where do you think policymakers' role, how far does it go? And when do the other actors come in, and how is that interacting? In a shorter sense, where does the policy level stop and the other actors, the practitioners, the teachers, the parents, and everyone else picks up? And I would ask you to be short and really clear with your answers, because I think you all know how to answer this.
Well, I'll start and I'll try and be short, but that's very hard for me. I think policy is vital. To me, and I use an Irish analogy, it's planning permission. It should be general and it should give you kind of broad scope of where you should go, and it should give direction. But I think more important than with the policy needs to come investment and supports.
Yeah, maybe I will follow up with my example from Slovakia, because it's a nice example in a way that was it a good policy decision to introduce informatics as a subject? I would say yes, but we only went half the way because it didn't work out as it was supposed to. So, and it shows that, okay, in policy making, we can make a good decision, but we really need to do it properly and follow up with other steps, because we didn't follow up with support. We didn't follow up with investment as much as possible, but we really missed out on the support level, and then on the holistic approach to the whole investment and the whole policy decision to introduce informatics. So we didn't build up like the whole industry around this subject. So that's an example of how policy can make a good decision, but not a decision at the same time. So I think it's important to be involved, but it needs to be well thought of and then well executed.
Yeah, for us, it's very similar, I think. As I said, we focus in our ministry very much on the preconditions for useful ICT integration, and policy stops where pedagogy begins. So that's actually the bottom line. But yeah, I'm working in an education system where the freedom of education is actually also a cornerstone of our policy and vision. So that's very clearly divided. Pedagogy and didactics is up to the school, pedagogical project of the school, and the more general funding schemes, payment of teachers and things like that are done by government.
Yeah, speaking from the EU level, what the EU does in education and training, what is our most powerful tool as a policymaker on that level is to, because we have the purview, is to bring people at member states, but also other stakeholders at the table, create these kind of spaces. You mentioned the Digital Education Hub. It's one of those platforms where you bring people together, where we can discuss, exchange best practices, worst practices also, what does not work, which is very sometimes overlooked, but I think very important. And then as a result of that, make evidence-based policy and hopefully impactful funding, which for us is mainly Erasmus.
Well, I think, like it has been already said, like from the concerning the topics in school, it's good to give the schools a certain freedom. But I think there are some other aspects which have been discussed the last month or so. For example, the smartphone, social media aspects, where one can see the school and the possibilities of the school end. If we can forbid smartphones in school, but it wouldn't help because they use them in the afternoon. And like we saw, like New Zealand started this couple of months ago, I think that's important that really policy as well give some rules which are according or which are then can be applicable for everybody, or have to be applicable, like we do with smoking and other things we accept for parents, but we have clear rules for children.
Okay, very briefly, luckily we are in Europe and we are enjoying democracy still. Hopefully it goes on and on. What I'm trying to say that the policymakers is they have a very important role in a democracy, that you have to put the best interest of the public, the people you're serving in the core of your work, which means that if education is and should remain as a public responsibility and public good, then the policymaker's role is to kind of listen to carefully to the needs, and then make a forecast, but then also not disregard others' interests, but try to facilitate conversation with all the stakeholders and try to best use of all stakeholders, including from private and civil sectors, and bring their capacity, their contribution into the realization of this priority set by the public through democratic means, not just imposed by any other forces. And I think that this is important. And when you set the priorities together, I'm not saying they should kind of disregard or exclude other stakeholders in the making of the policy, but get them involved, but make the final decision and set the priorities for considering the best interest of citizens, and in education, obviously, the best interest of learners. And then I think it will come. So that is the key starting point, in my opinion.
Thank you all very much. Can I see who has something to ask? Wow. Well, we can either shorten the lunch a little bit if you want. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hands. Let's see how far we can get. Let's start from the back. Pedro.
Hello, Pedro from Portugal. When we have new steps, new developments in humankind, we always enter into an unknown. And I remember Robert Neumann in Italy brought a few examples of that, like a machine, an X-ray machine that used to be used just to measure the size of your shoe and your feet in your shoe. And nowadays we would never use it because, of course, the radiation would be a danger that now we know for sure, prove that it causes damage. And my question is, do you feel that we reached the balance here where it is unknown with ChatGPT 2 years only? Do we realize and have enough research to know the possible damages that come to our children, and in which age do they occur, so that we can at least visualize what can be safe or not? Or are we still in an unknown zone that we still don't even realize what can be safe or not because of time? And it might take 20 years until we have a few generations testing it out until we realize what are the real damages. Another possible example that was just mentioned now was smoking. 6 years ago, everyone would smoke. My grandparents would smoke with my parents in the breakfast time. No one knew there was a damage. There was not enough research. Have we reached this balance enough to do policies that respect this? Or are we still, in your perception, not in that balance? Thank you.
It would be best if we get one answer. So if whoever feels passionate to answer, please.
Yes, I'm passionate about this question in particular. Okay, in our landmark report, which was published 2 years ago, just before the launch of ChatGPT, again, we said how many times ChatGPT today, AI and education, a critical view through the lens of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. And we concluded that there should be a robust evidence of the efficacy of these tools. And again, it was before the launch of this disruptive technology to the public. And then, of course, here, the Europe and the Draghi report, somebody referred to that. Europe is being criticized, not being criticized for over-regulating, trying to over-regulate everything, not trying to block innovation. But this this accusation comes from the developers or the big tech companies. And then that's why, you know, we should put in measures, not necessarily through over-regulation, but through research and through other measures that make sure that all these tools, before they are introduced in the public education systems, we cannot, you know, regulate the private education, but in public education systems, they should be somehow evaluated. And then, of course, this needs coordination with the academic world. But I can give you a sneak preview that we are in the process of developing a European reference framework for the evaluation of educational technologies. And it looks like we are getting a lot of interest. So this is not regulation. This is not like really kind of letting everyone to do whatever they want, but trying to find a common reference so that to ensure that those technologies are benefiting the learners, not harming them. And I agree with you, if the economic priorities or interests didn't prevail 70 years ago, we wouldn't have climate crisis now. You know, all this push for economic development, we are paying it for now. So thank you for raising this. And then, yes, we are working on it.
Thank you. Let's have a question from Arya.
Thank you very much for all your input. My question would be, the comment and the question, when we talk about education, from a parent's perspective, one of the biggest influences on children is your own example, the role model that you are being as a parent, as a teacher, as anybody surrounding the child, right? When it comes to the role modeling of policy and policy makers, I think that also plays a very important role. And when I see how big tech and certain big tech is used by certain policy makers, not the policymakers as such, but their institutions in general, then I'm afraid that is not really a good example. If I see that in the beginning of the pandemic, we've all seen all sorts of different new tools were out in the market and were being used. Sometimes it drove me crazy because every video call was on a different platform. But on the other side, I think that's diversity. It also prevents Alzheimer, I was told, if you don't get into routines too much. But what I see now is that it's fixed on certain tools that are not European, by the way. Yeah, we had that discussion in the panel before. So I think the politics also need to walk the talk. So how do you see that, and how do you see that this can be made possible? Thank you.
I want to comment on that, but it's more a nuance maybe. So I don't know if someone else wants to come in after me, but you're talking about the pandemic, and this morning the keynote speaker was talking about ChatGPT coming up being an existential crisis for education. Which is true somehow, but for me, the most existential crisis for education was the COVID pandemic. And I do not really agree with what you said, because it was big tech to the rescue then. And it was tech that helped us overcome this existential crisis, which was about how are we going to teach our pupils when they're all at home. And I think each of us here working in ministries, the first ones that we called were Microsoft and Google, and Smart School in Belgium, can you help us providing tenants so that we can organize this distance learning? So at that time, it was, to my opinion, tech to the rescue. Sorry, nuance.
Yeah, thank you. Very, very interesting conversation. This is exactly what we wanted to have today. And I think it's going to be very interesting to hear later in the afternoon from Mark West, who did a big analysis on in UNESCO, who did a big analysis on how EdTech was used during COVID. So that's going to be an interesting continuation of this conversation before we make a decision, I actually want to play a democratic vote here. We have a possibility to take another question only if we shorten our lunch break by 5 minutes. So please put your hands up if you want that to happen. Okay, I think we have majority. So let's then take another question. Detlef.
Thank you. I'd like to come back to what Michael said about assessment. I was a little bit put off because it sounded, but maybe you didn't mean that, that you wanted to measure as objectively. Of course, assessment sometimes does, to target things more strategically, but that doesn't sound like what I've usually heard from Ireland, which is assessment of learning, when Ireland is actually quite at the forefront of assessment for learning. And I wanted to connect that with what Sönke said this morning, this whole question of measuring objectively could be juxtaposed with expressing subjectively. And this whole question of agency, and what Ulrika said this morning as well, having students produce things to further agency or even assessment as learning. Those are three concepts that have been around. Maybe you want to respond to that in terms of how we further things in the direction of agency and away from targeting things. That sounds a bit more like business trying to.
Yeah, so you heard me wrong. Your assumption is correct. I come out in a rash with measuring, So what I was trying to get at was that in some countries across Europe, they are trying to measure more accurately what are the digital competencies of teachers, particularly, so that from a system level that they can target resources more strategically, which is quite normal thing to do. But it's challenging, okay? I mean, there are systems like PICS, and I think you've tried them in Belgium, but and I know other countries, I won't name them, but they have been trying in that area. I think the other piece around formative assessment or assessment for learning is in this whole world of generative AI, I won't use ChatGPT, is opening up a whole other set of challenges as well. And I was just looking at a publication from the French Ministry, which they published in January, where they referenced some work from Chris Deedy. And it goes back to the previous panel. I mean, if we're going to focus on products, then if we have an assessment system that is focused on products only and not on process, then we are in trouble. So yeah, that's my view.
Thank you, and thank you to all the panelists. It was really a pleasure to have each and every one of you here with us today, and to everyone who can, please stay and enjoy the rest of the day. I'm sure people who have been listening to us would like to continue some of the conversations that we had. With that said, I give over to you, Clara.
Yes, and a big thank you to all of you to hang in there and being such an engaged audience that want to cut on their breaks. So, but before we go to lunch, just a few practical things. After lunch, we have 4 workshop offers, and we will go directly from lunch to those workshops. If all went well upon registration, either here or before online, you have chosen one of these workshops. If you have not, please do so before lunch so that you know in which conversation and experience you can engage. And I will just briefly tell you the workshops and the rooms, and there will be people at 2:20 who will be guiding you to the right room. Yeah, so don't worry about that. So the first workshop on developing common ground between teachers and parents for healthy media education will take place in room Brel. Jacques Brel, all of you probably know, Brel, so easy to remember. So workshop 2 on demystifying technology, unplugged approaches for understanding AI will take place in Agora. All the information also to be found in the back. The third workshop on critical information literacy, how to develop it from the young age, will take place here. So those people who have signed up for that can stay here. And then the fourth one is a hands-on workshop, bringing images to life, and that will take place in room Atomium. Now, all of these workshops are being given and developed by HERMMES partners, so that's another information for you. And I think that now the biggest energizer will come, and that is to feed our inner bodies and just have all these invigorating conversations. And lunch will be served at the back of this room, and you will have an option for a vegetarian lunch or another, as you prefer it. So I hope you have an incredible, inspiring conversation and a wonderful meal. And we come back after the workshops here, which is, let me look, it's in the agenda. Oh, we start the workshops at 2:30, and at 20 past, you will be ushered to the places of the workshop. And now we come back for the coffee break at 4 o'clock here. Have a good meal.
I'm at another event, so I can hear for the hour.
Yeah, I think so. I think
So these are only ones and zeros, only two numbers, 20 bits, and you are already finding this difficult. Yes, a simple photo, smartphone photo, contains 8 million bits. These are 20 bits. But I'm very glad you showed some emotions and you find it difficult. So that means there are no robots in this room. I think it's time for panel 3.
Are you taking these awards? Thank you, Peter. I think we were really enjoying, to experience codes and that it's not such an easy thing. We are coming to the third and final panel of today, which will be on the topic of prioritizing well-being and basic skills as key competences in the digital age. And this panel will be moderated by the director of the European Council for Steiner Waldorf Education, Georg Jürgens.
Hello. Great, that's working. So while the whiteboard is disappearing and the water is coming our way, for a panel, of course, we also need some panelists and not just myself. So I will welcome you all to the stage now, starting with Mark West from UNESCO. I hope he's in the room already. And he is researching digital education policy at UNESCO, but also the effects of the digital tools during the COVID-19 pandemic, and has published a book about that. And I'm very curious to hear more about that. Then with us in the first row is Elisa Gambardella, president of the Lifelong Learning Platform, but also working with Solidar. And there you're also looking into social justice in education, if I'm well informed. We are a member of the Lifelong Learning Platform for many years, so it's really a pleasure to have you here with us as the president. Thank you. Then in the room should be Clara Centeno from the European Commission's Joint Research Center. She has been very busy providing research and evidence for the Commission in different areas. We're looking today into well-being related questions, and you also brought some input related to PISA, if I understand correctly, so we hope to hear more on that. And finally, some have probably already interacted with her, Paula, professor at the Alanus University for media education. And when I introduced you earlier to Mark West, I said, you're the person who can help people with getting into digital skills with analog tools, and you brought a lot of them along and showed them already. So I think we have a fabulous panel here. We want to zoom out a little bit with this panel now. We looked earlier a lot into how to get media education right and how to teach digital competence and media maturity. Now we want to zoom out a little bit and look also at the system around it and how all of that interacts with education in general and some general challenges like well-being in school. I will reveal with you the three framing questions. I will reveal the three framing questions that I sent to my speakers so that you know what we were hoping to look at. The first question was, how does digitalization impact children's well-being and their acquisition of basic skills? The second was, what skills should children have as prerequisites for using digital technology? And are there any fundamental basic skills that should be developed before digital skills? And the third one I sent to all of you was, how can digital media education go hand in hand with children's well-being? So now you have a bit of an idea of all the things we hope to address. And yeah, let's maybe start getting into that. I would like to start from the point of the pandemic, actually, because this morning we heard from Mia about the big impact that ChatGPT, in her opinion, has on education systems. And some people in the room I know said, well, wasn't it actually the COVID-19 pandemic that was the biggest challenge? And I thought we should go back to that and start there. So Mark, in your book, An EdTech Tragedy, you explored this in depth, and I would like to hear more about that first.
Sure thing. I think that works. Yeah, thanks for the question and great to be here. For those of you who may not know, I work for UNESCO. UNESCO is the lead United Nations organization for education, science, and culture. It also is the lead organization for communications and human and social sciences. So it's a sprawling mandate, but it means that we look at education through a sort of very humanistic and cultural lens, rather than an economic lens, which many organizations apply to education. But UNESCO is unique in that we're looking at it through a cultural lens. I'm glad you brought up, education during COVID-19. We also think that this was a sort of a historic moment, and a lot of norms got shifted around. We wrote an entire book about this experience, looking at sort of global trends, but also zooming in into national and even local context to sort of understand what happened during this rather unprecedented period. And what this period was it was a worldwide closure of schools to protect health, and then this very hard pivot to remote distance learning with technology. And our question was very much a neutral one. What happened? And we ended up calling our book An EdTech Tragedy. And for many people, tragedy just means sort of disaster, something terrible occurred. But we hope that through the book, you will look at it more in a sort of classical sense of a dramatic tragedy. And tragedies have sort of three main ingredients. Tragedies begin with what? Ambition, even hubris. And when you look at the narrative, the discourse that was happening in 2018, 2019, 2020, right up to the eve of the pandemic, and as the pandemic took hold, it was one of that our education systems are no longer fit for purpose. They are outdated, they are outmolded. We need to build education systems around the digital, that the digital has become the new backbone, the new nexus of education, and it is time for transformation. We've heard a lot of these words in our conversation today. What else does a tragedy involve? It involves unintended consequences, adverse outcomes, despite major efforts to lead to better outcomes. And that is what we trace in the book, that this global shift to education conducted purely through technology had very adverse consequences. And we look at the evidence. So much of the discourse around technology is based on it will, it could, it should, it might in the future. We look at what actually happened in real places. And we look at through many different dimensions: inclusion, equity, achievement, that's classical. But then we also look at things around health, surveillance, privatization, control of education, governance of education, how all of those dimensions got sort of shifted around. And the final ingredient of a tragedy is one of the lesson learned, revelation even. You realize something that you didn't know before, and we put what we think, we hope you will take away from this sort of experience in that book. But just to conclude here, we've heard a lot of, there's not yet a sort of consensus on what happened during COVID-19. I heard today that some speakers were mentioning, technology saved the day during an emergency. Big tech saved the day during this period. That's certainly one lens. Another lens is that a public service was privatized during this time, and that there was a sort of private capture of what had been a public good, and that is continuing and rippling into today. We saw norms get shifted around, that we have gone from a place where schools are safe and homes can be dangerous to homes are safe and schools are dangerous. So there's a lot in there, and I hope that you'll engage with it. It's meant that the title has a question mark, an EdTech tragedy with the question mark. So it is up to you, the readers, to sort of decide that. But I think it's an important moment to really look at, to engage with, and we hope that that book helps to facilitate that. Thanks for the question.
And thank you. And those who don't want to jump into reading straight away, there's a fantastic video summary on the internet, about 20 minutes long. You can start with that if you want. I watched that. I would like to switch to Clara Centeno right now. At the Joint Research Center of the Commission, and maybe you will have to say at least one sentence about what that Joint Research Center does. You looked also closely into the effects of digital tools and digital learning on well-being. And you also looked into the effects of smartphone use. And I think maybe it's a good moment for Heiner to show that one cover of your report. And I would hand over to you to tell us a little more about your findings. Yeah.
So thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation as well, and an opportunity to share our work. So the Joint Research Center is a part of the European Commission. We are 3,000 researchers located in 5 countries. Our major role is provide evidence to support policy development as well as policy implementation. So in fact, social media use and mental health is a key priority for the Commission, but also we heard this morning, it's a worry among the participants, as parents, I think, as teachers, and as policy actors. And there is also a worry that there is a lack of evidence, rigorous evidence that can show what is really happening. So we recently have done a research analyzing PISA data. So there were 2 optional questionnaires, one on ICT use and another one on mental health. And we did an analysis about on 4 countries, which all data that was available, a representative sample of more than 40,000 young 15 years old students. These countries, Hungary, Ireland, Spain, and Slovenia. So what the first thing we found, and this work is going to be published next week or the other, so as soon as our comms team allows us to push the button, so watch out on LinkedIn. The first thing we found is that 96% of the 15 years old students use social media, and 37% use it for more than 3 hours a day. The level of adolescents' experience of depression and anxiety is very high, so it's not very good news what I'm going to tell you. 47% report experience of depression, and 53% report experience of anxiety. Another thing we found out is that females have a higher social media use. So those who are using more than 3 hours are 42% compared to 32% of males. And very worrying, they experience 25% more experience depression and anxiety compared to their peer males. So they report 60% of them compared to 35% report depression symptoms, and 65% compared to 41% of males report anxiety. So what we also find is that, and finishing with this, is that more social media use, so those who use more than 3 hours, is correlated with higher levels of symptoms in depression and anxiety at around 10%, compared to those who use social media less than 1 hour a day. So we hope that with this data, this alarming data, I would say, would contribute to raise the priority among policy actors and all other actors about the importance of this problem to take action. Thank you.
Thank you, Clara. I want to now, we looked at that now, the well-being connection of the digital technology under the scenario of the crisis during COVID, and also the general social media use of the students. And we all, I think, agree that there is, we need to be cautious on how to use it. But with this HERMMES project, we had an intention, and that goes back very far. The idea was to look into how to teach digital media, digital competence and media maturity in age-appropriate ways. And when we started this work, this idea of age-appropriateness was not really present anywhere here in Brussels. We started lobbying Parliament, and we finally got some small amendments into texts, and eventually we're here talking very seriously about these matters. And at the time, we noticed that there is an important issue, and that's the question of whether or not you count digital skills among the basic skills. And we found it not very helpful, although that is a priority here, a political priority, to put the digital skills next to other basic skills like literacy and numeracy, to put them on the same footing, because we think there are things you need to learn first and things you may learn second and third. And we're not always sure if the first step is using the digital tools. So I know Paula sits next to me, and she has very distinct ideas on how to sequence certain things and views on that. And I would like to ask you, Paula, would you agree with this labeling as a digital skill, or rather of the digital skills as basic skills, or would you call for caution like I do?
I think I have to speak counter to your expectations, because I think it's like you expect me to say that digital skills should not be counted as basic skills. But I'm going to say it depends on what you define as digital skills. So you introduced me as that person who knows all these playful ways of fostering digital skills in an analog way. And I met lots of you during the break time, and I watched you play with these things where coding in kindergarten can be performed. And I'm sitting here like as a researcher, but also as a member of the HERMMES team. So maybe we can say that you will maybe like to look into the HERMMES practice that is related to the coding machine. And the title of the practice is, "This code is longer than you, Leo." It means that there is a code that you physically put into this long board on the floor. And it's from one of my relatives, who's a small boy, and his elder sister said, "Look, Leo, this code is longer than you," because he lay on the floor next to it, and it was actually physically longer. So what's the harm in saying children should acquire these kind of digital skills early on, when they don't interfere with building social skills, with basic literacy and numeracy skills, with skills that are related to also citizenship in the digital world. So I'm all for early fostering of digital skills. Where I sense that I have a problem is if the way to record them is really saying, I want to make sure that children can use digital devices in a certain way. And that's what I'm very thankful to Mia Oehlenschläger to point in that direction, that it's a kind of closed circuit rationale or narrative that big tech is saying there are these skills that really are, we have the way to foster them, we are the reason why you need them, and we also have the assessment tools to make sure that these goals are achieved. So I'm saying that the basic skills that I would define as being digital skills should be digital. They should be basic skills. They should be within this range of what the EU requires children of the future to have. But you will hear me saying that means fake pictures immunity. Check that out with solar photography. Understanding how a computer works with the IPO principle, input, processing, output. And it's actually not conducive to learning, wanting to understand how technology works, to put children in front of the screen. So that's this big fallacy of thinking we have to make a decision between, that's what this panel is about. There's a dilemma. Do we want to foster well-being or do we want to teach digital skills? So I have to say that if you take a more comprehensive view of what digital skills are, that includes not the ability to use technology, but the thinking, the process, as me put it, then I'm all for including them. But I would be strictly against saying, let's have the fourth graders take a kind of test that's designed by big corporations to test whether this technology can be used. And sorry, last sentence, but I am a media addiction researcher by training. So high technical use skills are not a protective factor to protect children from digital addiction or cyberbullying or any of the 41 other digital risks that I will refrain from mentioning because Georg is looking at me like I should finish talking, but there's this list of 43 of them. And you want to do preventive efforts, you should look at what high technical use skills do to the risk that children are exposed to. And the studies I know, they show that higher technical use skills, when they are linked to a low kind of development of personal maturity and social skills, that the high technical use skills are a risk factor for video game addiction. That's my field of expertise. But they are also a risk factor for many of the other 41 digital risks. So including technical use skills in the list of digital skills that children need to master early on is counterproductive to the well-being in the digital world.
And before we open to the audience for questions, I also have one for Elisa. From your work at Solidar and also in the lifelong learning platform, I'm now, from that perspective, how do you see this question of how can digital media education go hand in hand with children's well-being? And of course, if you have an idea on the basic skills question, then feel free to share that as well.
Thank you, Georg, and thank you to EXFO and the other project partners for organizing this conference, because I'm honestly enjoying, unfortunately I couldn't join before lunch, but I've been enjoying also the breakout session a lot. I've been learning a lot, and I definitely want to look more into the project results as soon as I leave the conference. So first of all, thank you very much, and also to the other speakers, because it's going to be difficult to say something interesting after these three very, very interesting interventions, but I'll give it a try. And thank you for your question. I totally agree with what was said. I agree with the fact that we should avoid the competition in the acquisition of skills, that we should try to look at this in a complementary way, but also in a very conscious way. So as it was said, this does not mean that facilitating the acquisition and development of digital skills should mean using digital technologies at the same time. So thank you for that remark as well. And in a similar vein, if you want, I believe there's no reason to believe that digital media are detrimental to children's well-being as such, but we absolutely need to ease this access to digital media and to facilitate it in a way that helps develop critical thinking. We need to do it at the individual level, of course, with learners, but we also need to do it with looking at all learners. So obviously children should be a target for developing these competencies, but then we need to put, I think, the word guidance at the center. So looking at the other learners that are part of society with
we try to promote this lifelong learning approach that has a holistic vision of education policies, right? So we look at the whole of society as composed of learners in different capacities. So we think also of parents, of course, as learners who need to learn to offer this guidance to the kids at home, teachers as well, of course, as learners of how to transfer this knowledge, and everyone else in the picture. So I think guidance is really the key word here. And this understanding of each component of society as a learner and also a facilitator for guidance, of course, for those who need to acquire these skills. So I think this is really key. But then also, besides the individual level, we also need to work at the collective and political level, we believe, in the lifelong learning platform. So collectively, there's a need for raising awareness about what was said just now, and about how the digital space is built, the one we use currently. What Mark said before, I very much agree with, that there is this lens about how education was privatized basically during COVID, and how the means to provide education was and since then has been held captive, if I may, of a few edtech who basically own a lot of power over how this education is transmitted, with a lot of consequences. Of course, I don't want to demonize it. This is not the aim. But I think it's important to raise awareness of how we do this and to facilitate also this critical thinking towards the means that we use in this sense. And then politically to govern this digital space in a way that is democratic, in a way that is built for the people, by the people, if you want. But what I mean is that it's not driven by profit, but it's really driven by the aim of a common good, a space that is easily understandable, that people can navigate consciously and therefore interact with for the common good. I mean, also for democratic purposes. Therefore, we're not mentioning this now, but of course, all that we are discussing has a great impact on individual development, but also on societal development, right? Well, the impact it has on democratic debates and so on. And now Georg is looking at me as if I should stop, so I will.
I love the way you say what the internet should be like. Are you kind of suggesting we close it down and reinvent it in a kind of democratic new version? Because many of the things you say, I can directly say that's what I want, but it's not what I'm seeing.
Yeah,
on the real
same,
internet.
but but I have in the lifelong learning platform, we developed with the help of other partners, of course, a project called iBox that actually offers some tools for civil society organizations in particular that provide education on how to use the digital space in a, let's call it, ethical way. And there is also another EU-funded project, Eco Network, that we were part of as Solidar, that offers also concrete tools on, well, describes and illustrates some tools that are built in a democratic way in the digital space, and also offer tools for educating people at using them more consciously. So the brief answer maybe is, I think it is possible. We have the means. I also think, as of today, we do not have a political majority that thinks that this should be the way we organize the digital space. So this is the awareness-raising part work that we need to do, I think. I don't know if I answered your question. And sorry, Georg, for...
Thank you. Actually, I would like to now open to the audience. We have already heard this theme of the democratic implications that came through at several moments during the day. I'm sure there are people in the audience who want to speak to many of the points that were mentioned, but we're opening this now, and I have one request. People who have a specific question to Elisa should come first, because Elisa needs to leave us a little earlier in about 10 minutes, right? 5 minutes. So please, if you have any questions specifically to Elisa, that first, and then we take the others. Is there anyone for Elisa?
Can I just comment on that, Elisa? We talked a lot about, you're all thinking about the child in front of the screen and the well-being, the maybe negative impact on mental health and well-being. And when Elisa says that she has to leave this important conference because of parental duties, I think it's a wonderful point to make, because we are also not including the parents into this whole debate on what are effects of technology on children. And as a member of it's called the GEIM, German Association for Infant Mental Health. It's a sub-organization of the WIME, the World Association. We are very worried about the research results of what happens to children's health when the caretakers, the parents or the teachers are distracted by digital media. So I know that we're all grown-ups and we want to not talk about ourselves as being the problem. It's these young people that are the problem with their media use. But it's very important to realize that, and this goes as far that during the COVID pandemic, there was an emerging new disorder that we haven't chosen how to name it, but it's really autism-like symptoms of young children that relate to the parents being distracted and the children being pacified for hours. And I would have done the same during COVID if I'd had a small child and no kindergarten. And so it's not blaming parents, it's just describing a new phenomenon that we are very worried about. And it's not autism because it goes away if the habit changes. So this is also something to say for, yes, you should go home and have that real time with the kindergarten kids, because having this present one-on-one real relationship, face-to-face, we call it face-to-face, is the most important thing, probably for fostering digital resilience. So you're raising digitally resilient kids.
So if I may just add on this, I totally agree. That's exactly what I was trying to say before, that when I was saying each component of society is a learner and should understand themselves and should be understood as a learner by policymakers as well. In the sense, also parents, of course, have a great role to play. And we have in this room representatives of the European Parents Association, who I'm sure could say more about this than I can. But that's exactly the point that I think we should try to make more, that surely we should look at children and how to engage them in this, in the transfer of these competencies, of course, and to develop them. But we should also engage all the rest of the community that is around children in order to go along and be able to develop together also these competencies, if you want. But yes, indeed, thanks a lot also for the understanding about my parental duties. I'm really sorry I need to go. I never like when speakers leave before they should. And I really enjoyed a lot the debate. So apologies once again, and thanks to each and every one of you for the contributions.
Then thanks for having you here, and see you soon. Okay, now the floor is open for all your questions and comments. And I hope that someone can help us with the microphones. Yeah.
Thank you. My question is directly to Mark. You mentioned the three components of a tragedy, the last one in lessons learned. I'm sure that I haven't read the publication. There are many lessons learned mentioned, but how do you think this lessons learned, or how should be translated into real actions by policymakers or by anyone who is concerned? Because obviously nobody is like doing something, learning from those lessons so far.
I'm glad you asked that question. And it relates a bit to what Elise was talking about. Let me share a few what I think are the core lessons. One is we have been building digital tools that, if we're honest, they seek to circumnavigate the school and the teacher. They want to go straight to the learner. And they envision not a learner in a specific place, not a learner in a specific country, in a specific community. It is the most generic learner, right? My app that I built is for everyone. It's for everyone. And by the way, that's personalized learning. That goes under the rubric of personalized learning. It is the opposite of personalized learning. Let's be clear. If it is for everyone, a totally generic person, that is any personalization is an algorithmic pathway that is decided by a machine and not a human teacher. So I think the first lesson is, how do we build digital tools and services that work with schools and with teachers and envision students and learners being together in person, right? I think one lesson we took away from COVID-19 is we don't all, certainly not for young children, want to go back to remote digital learning from the home. Although there are even some extreme cases where many people are being homeschooled through remote education, digital schools. It's happening all over the world. Homeschooling has gone through the roof. Enrollment in religious schools has gone through the roof as a result. I mean, the ripple effects of COVID are not to be overestimated. So let's build with an understanding that this is a model that can work and it needs to be updated. I'm not saying everything about schools are perfect. They can be reimagined, but with digital tools to work with that. A second one is if we are serious about education being a human right and a public good, which at UNESCO we are deadly serious about that, we need to have public spaces for public education online. Where are those spaces? It's incredible. And people will say in countries, we can't get it done. Just step back for a minute and think about that. We're here in Belgium. You have a network of thousands of public schools. Those public schools have temperature control. They have electricity. They have plumbing. They have buses. They have teachers on payroll. And you can't build an application? You can't build a mobile app, a platform for learning that would be free and accessible for all people? Give me a break. Give me a break. So at UNESCO, we're trying to help countries to get serious. If it is going to be public education, why are we entirely reliant on corporate tools for education? By the way, and those are corporate tools that weren't even purpose-built for education. We're appropriating corporate tools for Fortune 500 companies and trying to say that those can be used for education. Zoom is not a platform designed for education. Neither is Microsoft Teams. And these spaces, despite all the sort of rhetoric around these spaces are so amazing and freeing and everything else, they're corporate, they're bland. Students don't like being on them because they're not all that innovative. And we said that there is, that this sort of malaise that has sunk in, that, that we can't build public digital services. I hear that a lot in Europe, but you go outside of Europe and there are people doing amazing things. I just came back from Indonesia. Indonesia had an education minister for 5 years who's like the Steve Jobs of Southeast Asia. Private entrepreneur, built a multi-billion-dollar business, and he becomes Minister of Education. The first thing he said is, this is going to be way easier to build digital tools for education because I don't have to make a profit. I don't have to sell targeted advertising. I don't have to have adhesion be my core ethic to design things. And they have built some incredible tools to build teacher capacity. They've built tools to help school leaders. And you know what tool they didn't build? They did not build a student-facing tool because he didn't want to interrupt the student-teacher sort of interface. So they are tools that are in the background to help teachers make their life easier, to help school leaders, to help them make sense of data, to help them with procurement processes. So there is so much to be done when we think about digital tools as advancing public rather than sort of private and individual aims and objectives. So I think that is a core finding of the book, but there are many other lessons that we highlight in that analysis.
Thank you, Mark. And I understand that Paula wanted to react to that while you can already think about your next question to the panel.
Of course, this is going to be boring because there's not a high degree of disagreement. Sorry for that. I just wanted to give an example that there are so many initiatives to actually do this. I wanted to point out the SMASH project. I know I'm supposed to, talk about HERMMES, but SMASH is a great project where they did try to ask teachers what kind of digital school infrastructure would we need. And it's quite a lot of work, and it needs these distinctions. So what age are the students? Is it a use of the software by the teachers, which most schools want, even elementary schools? So it's not about de-technologizing schools, but it's making choices and having these distinctions. So what's the age? Is it the teachers or the students? Then the second important distinction was, Is it a diagnostic tool or is it a teaching tool? And that's very relevant when we get back to the topic of digital skills, because there are a lot of initiatives fostering reading and writing skills that rely on a face-to-face tandem tutoring of students. It's called the Leseband in Germany, 20 minutes of fostering reading with a one-on-one. You're the trainer and I'm the athlete. So to determine who is going to be the trainer and who is going to be the athlete, Mark or Paula, we have a digital tool for testing literacy skills, but that's not a teaching tool. So to give technology this rightful place where it's actually doing more good than harm means making all these distinctions of, or is it an assessment tool? Maybe that's even, I could go with diagnostics and assessment long before I would go with it as a teaching tool that replaces this interaction between the learner and the teacher. So yeah, I see you're nodding. So
Did you want to react also, Clara, or should we take the questions now? No. Okay, then. Yeah.
Thank you. My question is to Clara, because I am very interested in more details about the findings that you have from the research that you do about the connection between well-being and digitalization. I know you're coming up with another research publication very soon as well. So I think it will be really interesting to kind of know that, and I'm sure it relates to what was just said too.
Yes, thank you, Dora. In fact, yes, we are finishing as well a second project which has been aiming at collecting evidence from the field work in 4 countries, 12 schools, and students, teachers, school leaders, and parents on the impact of the use of digital technology in schools. And maybe I can report here what the learners told us when they were asked for. We looked at well-being from 6 different perspectives. So one was cognitive well-being, physical well-being, psychological well-being, safety, social, and also at the digital divide. So in all the areas, students reported some positive aspects, but we also saw that they reported significant negative impacts of the use of technology. I'll go briefly through them. For example, from the physical perspective, they said, yes, the technologies help us to track all sports achievements, or carry books is lighter because we don't have books anymore. But they reported important impacts on fatigue, sleep disruptions, eye strain, back problems, dizziness, and so on. We also, from the cognitive perspective, they said, yes, it's fun to learn with technology, to see new technology, but at the same time, we also find a lot of information overload. We feel stressed about need to use complex systems and technical errors. And there is lack of information on our native languages. We did this study in 4 countries, and which is Finland, Bulgaria, Greece, and Lithuania. Then we have also from the psychological perspective, which is maybe a more common theme today, they mentioned that yes, they're happy to use technology and they enjoy to use robotics, but at the same time, they feel stressed from overuse of technology and also feelings of emptiness and isolation. And they also find that photo filters impact on their body image, so they experience this is more girls. On the safety issues, yes, they find phones make a trip to home safer, and they trust in school and educators and school platforms, but at the same time, they feel discomfort about data sharing, about the privacy of their own data, as well, very important, their exposure to inappropriate content. We go back to these age-adapted, appropriate platforms. Also, from the social perspective, they said, yes, I mean, digital technologies help the communication with teachers and also to do group work among students and allow social connections with peers. But at the same time, we all know they face cyberbullying problems, feelings of loneliness, and also find superficial communication from these tools. Finally, on the digital divide, yes, technologies help to help learners who are in remote areas. I'm finishing with this, and connect from distant areas, so it allows access to education from students. But in general, they report, for example, cost of subscriptions, insufficient internet coverage, loss of typing, low typing skills as an important frustration, and as also need for better computers. So with that, we have learned that, yes, there are opportunities. It is clear that the use of technology bring a number of benefits. We need to make the most of technologies, but at the same time, be aware of all these negative and manage, maybe taking the approach of Paola saying a preventive. So managing all these factors that are creating negative effects on children to have a more positive overall experience. I just want to quote that some of the kids were said, I would love that mobiles would never exist. So that's it's kind of a shocking kind of a report from students.
Thank you very much. And we have to wrap this up. I'm very sorry. So if you can make your comment in 5 words, I can let you. Otherwise, we have to wrap up.
5 words. I'm going to use more than 5 words, but just to say, I think of building a bit on maybe some of what you were saying, that I think COVID-19 will mark this inflection point where digital education, ed tech, technology-heavy education is becoming a marker of underprivilege. For the past 30 years, technology and education has been a marker of, I'm at a great school. You know, I went to a school with a computer lab and they showed off the computer lab. It was, you know, it was great. This is a top-notch school. What's happening at the most top-notch schools in Paris, here in Brussels, in Berlin? They advertise, we don't use technology at all. Now, you'll do that at home. So I think we need to be alert to, we are sort of entering this period where now it's kind of like ed tech for them and teachers for us. And then I'm talking about from a development perspective. And so I think we need to think about these things that are not in circulation, this idea of connected education. The connected education, that we have said connectivity should be a pillar of the right to education. But what about a right to disconnected education? It's an interesting idea. So anyway, just to be alert to this new trend that the more technology, sort of the less privilege, the more human-based, the more privilege, and what do we want the right to education to guarantee? Thank you.
And Mark, this needs a different digital competences framework, because right now, digital competence framework is like a driving license on how to navigate that car, which is the internet. It's not a framework about mobility education, because mobility education would include the right to not use the car, to say, I'm going to walk, I'm going to take a bike, I'm going to stay where I am. So it includes it in the section on safety, security, and well-being. There is one little phrase of saying also the option of non-use needs to be protected, and it's a part of digital skills to have an option of non-use. And I think that's a way to develop the digital competence framework onward, so that in the future that we won't have this dilemma fostering digital skills or fostering well-being, but we kind of increase the area where they overlap.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. And a great round of applause.
I think you have to.
1 minute.
Clara. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. No, as a researcher, I think, I mean, the world is moving very fast, and we need, I mean, as a researcher, I would say that we need more research and constant research to understand what happens, so as to be able to take good decisions. And in this research, we need to involve the students. That's very important. Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you, everyone. And I would like to say this was a great start to a conversation that I would like to continue with all of you. And I hope we can find ways to do that either right away after this panel or in the coming weeks in different ways. Thank you. Handing over to Clara.
Yes, thank you so much. I think our heads are full, but also our hearts are getting very full. And just to remind us, We have some beautiful analog media example developing there. Rika has been very active, and I think you would all need to take a moment before going home to really appreciate what she has been doing there. It's amazing. Thank you, Rika, so much. Now, we are slowly approaching the end of this day, and to let you go home with a beautiful image, because we all know the saying, an image says more than 1,000 words, but we in Hermes have our own wordsmith. And he's an artist in creating images with words. So I am happy to give the word now to Christopher Clowder. He's also the board member of the European Network of Steiner Waldorf Parents. Please, Christopher.
Looking at that up there, books or tablets? Rhetorical question, but obviously it means books and tablets. Yes, we have to come to some formulation where we can use the technology of the past and the technology of now and the future. But we have to remember that books were once innovative. There was a time when books were frowned upon. If you go back to Socrates, yeah, he didn't want things written down. He said, if we write things down, people won't remember them. Just imagine what it's like in a verbal culture where you hear something, you won't see it written down, and you have to remember it. Your memory is different. And it was. People could listen to stories for 2 hours, completely new, and repeat it word by word, because the memory brain was functioning a different way. You bring books, and we have a sort of helpmeet to remember. So Socrates was right. He's often laughed at because books now have a 2,000-year-old history in our culture. The same happened with novels. In the 18th century, novels, disgusting. People were horrified because it was a new way of reading. It was immersive reading, where you imagine yourself in the story you're actually reading. You're by yourself in a chair, you're sitting there, you're reading a book, and you're not with the rest of the world. And there was great fear that people would imitate what they read in novels. Some did, with the sorrows of young Werther, with Goethe. Some young men did commit suicide. They were so taken in with it, but it wasn't a general pattern. But there was the general fear of it as a novel, as a new technique. Yeah, a novel. It's new. It's something new. So this often happens, yeah, with a technology. And it's interesting to note that every generation seems to feel that the changes that take place within their lifetime are more significant than in their parents' or their grandparents' lifetime. It's because of our shortness of vision. And that's what we've got to learn. We've got to step back a bit, and see it a bit from a distance. Digital technology is a media. And as Magdalena pointed out at the beginning, Margarete pointed out at the beginning, there are other media. And somehow this technology is imperialistic. It takes over. As soon as you hear media, there we go, into the world we've heard today. We've had the most wonderful insights. I mean, I've been very impressed with what we've heard today. It's full of food for thought and action. It's wonderful. But you can see how it takes over our soul, and we forget the other media. Where are they? When Hermes, with the one N, the first Hermes, soon after he was born, he stole the cattle of Apollo. Now, you don't do things like that to Apollo. He's a prickly character because he's the god of harmony. Yeah, and of course, we all know harmony is very difficult to achieve, and as soon as you found it, you lose it again anyway. So that was Apollo, a sort of distant god, a distant god. Hermes stole the cattle of Apollo, and Apollo was furious. So What did Hermes do? He took a tortoise shell, put a string on it, and created music. And Apollo found it so beautiful, this music that came from this tortoise shell and string, that he forgave Hermes. That's the other media, yes? And I think that's what we need, it's what our children need. And I'm looking forward to a day when we have another day like this, but not just with digital media, but we look at music, gardening, art, painting, drama, all the other arts that we're all capable of, one way or another. That will be what we need next. It's what our children need. The same for nature. I'll give an example. The natural world, we're losing it because we're losing in our concepts, in the words we use. My address in England is a problem. I live in a little cul-de-sac next to a woodland, a small woodland, and it's called King's Copse. Copse is a small woodland. 25 years ago when I moved there, everybody knew the word. Now, when somebody on the telephone wants to check my address, they can't say it. They say King's Copse or King's Copse. Lately, King's Corpse. Because the word has gone out. Now, that's natural evolution, that words come and go. But we've got to be careful which words we consciously retain, the concepts we retain. Nature is specific. 10 years ago, the Oxford Children's Dictionary, it started cutting out words. Yeah, it's a very short dictionary, so it had to, it was limited, you know, words gather. And the words they cut out were acorn, blackberry, bluebell, kingfisher. And what do they put instead? Analog, broadband, cut and paste. Not wrong, but it's the change that we have to be cognizant of. That is a change because children don't have those words anymore to live in nature. And we know how important nature is for their mental health, especially as a balance to our digital world that we've been talking about the last few days. So I think we've got a lot to think about and to take with us away, and I hope we can continue this debate because we're beginning at it. And it's so important for our children and our children's children what comes of this. As I said, Hermes brought music. Simply, just with a tortoise shell and a piece of string. And there's a lovely statue of him in Athens where he creates music and he dances. He creates Hellenistic statue and he dances on his toes with his arms uplifted into the world. That's what we need to see our children doing. Not just this, but this gesture, widen the horizon. The world is immeasurable. The world is wonderful. That's a gesture of the soul. Yeah, the gesture of the soul when we use digital technology can sometimes be this inward, this narrowing. We need both in our world. We need both. So we have to balance this outward for the children with the inward that they have to master if they're to be citizens of the modern world. So it's very nice to end this now with a message from Hermes, the music, which we're going to listen to now. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Christopher. I think, you know, these images, they will stay with us and we can just imagine our children going, you know, in this upward gesture. We will now get ready to, as a last gift to all of you, to let you go home with a holistic feeling. So we will prepare the stage for that. But before that, I want to just thank all of you participants here and also the participants online for creating this energy of shared attention, shared goodwill, shared hope, and shared courage for the future. And like one of the speakers was saying, let's not be sleepwalkers in our lives. Let's wake up to the tasks that are, you know, coming to us that are here and take up this responsibility and know that we are not alone in doing so. I think we can see that we are many and together we can be a voice. I hope you will all keep on contacting the HERMMES project, the HERMMES partners. Our work is not done. We have just launching some of the results of 3 years working together, and our work will continue. It will continue. It will hopefully find its effect in the way it is being used or will be used by many of you in the many places where you live. So please stay in contact with us. And now, no more words. This will be the last address from me as a host to all of you. I thank you for your attention and to be with us for such a long time. We will end now by a beautiful example of how Hermes, with his torture shell and his one string, developed throughout the ages to now having some beautiful guitar music. We have a student from the 11th grade of the Steiner School in Leuven with us, Tijl van Handenhoven, and with his beautiful music, we will sound out. And after that, you're all invited to stay for a nice drink, a nice nibble, and a nice conversation. Thank you so much on behalf of all of us to all of you. Thank you.